cleric.
Yeah, you're a cleric, but...
Hey, we're live.
I haven't told you much about her other than she's gonna be cleric.
Oh, I guess we're... Hello,
Welcome back.
everyone!
Dude, it's been a couple of weeks. We didn't have a month break this time.
Thank goodness.
Bless.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's been a good week. We had you've been back in school, working your tail off. Me too. School sucks. A couple new players that are joining us for the first time on stream. Got Brizzle.
I'm Brant.
You'll be playing Brizzle. So we'll
Sorry.
introduce his character here in a minute. We'll keep it a secret for just a minute. Okay, and then what was your character's name?
Aiden.
Aiden. That's right. A-Y-D-E-N.
Yep.
And you are, what are you playing?
Warlock.
Cool. So, a couple that we're going to have jump in here in a minute. So, anything else with your stuff that you had going?
New animations up.
Saw that.
Other than that,
Saw that.
nothing.
Any other-
Oh, Etsy store closed. Sorry, y'all.
Oh, poo.
But other than that, not much. So yeah, doing good. Living life.
Anybody else got any other stuff? I saw your stuff on Instagram.
Oh yeah, the
Link
3D
from
stuff.
her, so
Yeah,
another 3D printer.
Nice.
yeah,
All right.
Got all sorts. You can hear mine going over in the corner.
nice.
I got one downstairs that's kicking out some resin burners.
Yeah, Tyson here.
I saw.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. Some of his cosplay stuff. Dude.
He made my Uraka
Impressive.
cosplay.
Yeah.
Impressive.
He also
Great.
made me a Mandalorian helmet.
Oh, yeah, the
and
Mando
it is
helmet.
the
Yeah,
greatest
do you like
thing.
it? Okay.
It is the greatest thing ever. Like, I freaking love it so much.
What,
Does it fit good?
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
my prized
Awesome.
possession.
Perfect. Awesome.
Which are you using? Just FDM or ABS?
Yeah,
What are
I have some FDM printers at home. I also have a resin printer as well.
you doing? What material? PLA? Or you doing
Mostly
ABS
PLA.
or-
Yeah, I just go with PLA. I have the E-Sun stuff. Yeah, the E-Sun's really good.
He's got like a whole workshop.
I know.
Yeah, I've
That's
got a
what
bit
I
of a
need.
workshop going on. It's good stuff.
That's what I need.
We should do it.
So
We should
you
do a
little
Tyson
corner?
workshop
Yeah.
tour.
Well, that's
He went
eventually-
I'll
those two
clean up
would
the
be-
workshop first.
That's eventually for downstairs. That's going to happen. So
Yeah. Now, having a workshop's super nice.
Yeah, after school's done and I have actually time to do stuff.
Don't you have like a paint gun or something?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've got a paint gun. I have 2 airbrushes.
Sick.
Or 3 technically. One sucks.
These two would geek out at your stuff.
We'll chat.
All right. Sounds good.
So I'm a total nerd for that stuff. So, so yeah, so I got a couple people watching. So welcome.
Hi guys.
Hello.
We are on session 17.
I like
The,
got off to being good about
well,
writing down or
Yeah,
whatever.
session 17 that's actually been aired
Been live. Yeah.
because we started a few months into it before we actually started streaming it.
Yeah.
So this is more like session 20 something probably.
Yeah.
I
Nice.
don't know what.
Nice.
17 that have been streamed, so that's what we're going with. Man, just try rolling into it. You ready to roll?
Can we put a link for this Twitch onto the Discords?
Sure
They
can.
Try and jump on if they're available.
Pat, what's up, buddy? Pat, one of our Blue Box boys jumping in.
Ooh, blue box.
Hey, blue box.
Welcome, welcome.
I need to update the link on mine too.
Yep, we're gonna. Let me throw one link up for a couple other guys that wanted to jump on and watch, and then we will get rolling into this. I'm excited for this one. I'm excited for all of them.
For this session?
Yes.
Oh no.
Oh
That's not
no.
Why do you say it like that?
Last time because we're so
excited for
close
this
to
session,
my
I got
house.
kidnapped.
Oh yeah.
Well, you asked for it. You remember that, right?
Well, I mean, to be fair,
Hey,
I
I'm
didn't
gonna be gone
exactly
this week.
say.
You know, it'd be cool because maybe she gets kidnapped or something.
That is not what I said.
She
Hey,
gets
just
hurt or
have
something?
Ava be doing something. You're like, I got you.
Do you
And
want me
I
to
was
read the exact
like, no, I don't want to be exposed. We're moving on. We're moving on.
them the hair too?
What's with your characters and getting kidnapped?
Yeah, seriously.
Listen, I miss sessions, and then I'm like, well, it'd be interesting if they're. I don't have to be there. For Gray, I just
Grilled
said
cheese is
vampires.
Yeah, for Gray, you were
Sorry.
just rude
Yeah.
and gave me and Anthony freaking like heart
Listen,
attacks.
you can't blame me for simping for vampires. That's like a worldwide thing, okay?
Grilled cheese sandwiches. Good choice.
Right?
What?
Yeah, he's eating
Someone's
grilled
eating
cheese.
sandwiches.
Pat.
Now I want to grilled cheese
I
sandwich.
know, right?
As soon as you said
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, just switch
Well done.
tangents. That's whiplash. Wow.
Vampires. What? Grilled cheese?
Yeah, I want grilled cheese.
Got cheese crackers there if you want some.
I got some candy too if people want some.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Dude, I saw you got Kit Kats.
Let's should we jump into this and get rolling?
I like
Yeah. Okay. Woo, baby. It's gonna be fun. Let me
They just keep emerging.
Yeah, there's more.
Okay, let's get them all out here.
They're all out.
Okay.
I brought cantaloupe, so.
Got candy and
Dude,
cantaloupe.
arm break.
I like it. Heck yeah.
You
Love me some
It's a
cantaloupe.
really good cantaloupe. So.
Love me some
Yeah.
cantaloupe.
Yeah.
Okay, so last session, the crew was trying to figure out exactly what was the next step. They spent some time in Waterdeep trying to pick up a few items that had been requested from Lady Silverhand,
Oh, those poor guards.
trying to figure out. Yeah,
I didn't really think that part through.
they show up, and as she receives the bag of holding that she had asked for, proceeds to pull out the skulls and massive bones from the whatever creature that she has that she's carrying with her, scaring some of the guards. And
I don't even know.
the Ava peeks in on her mother, checks in on her, lets her know that they are heading to the east. Refugees have been pouring into the city for the last few days, and the emissaries told you guys that they were going to be heading to Myth Drannor. They were leaving, whether you guys were going that way or not, and were heading off. Decision was made to head that way, knowing what you guys may be in for. They also asked about some sort of fire protection, something that they could get to help them with what they may be facing. And they were told to go meet with a turtle down on the docks by the name of Thomas. They found their way down there and met with a very interesting turtle that told him to take his shirt off, told him to take his clothes off. It was interesting.
Oh
But
yeah,
afterwards-
I forgot about that.
Each of the four received some very, very cool tattoo work that was done. The one with a very large depiction of a creature from where he is from that will morph if he hits fire, maybe. Has flames that come up on the shoulders. That's over some of his other tattoos. Miss Belladonna received one there, and a large on her thigh that appears to be smoke. That every so often, if a skull kind of emerges before fading, that's in this tattoo that kind of moves. Ava received a very large depiction on her back of a phoenix that blends very beautifully into the wings that she currently has. That may or may not flare and do some other things if it's ever invoked. Dieter.
Help.
Belladonna's was not for fire since she's already fire resistant, so hers was more of a necrotic protection. And good old Dieter received one on a shoulder cap that kind of wraps up and comes down about 3/4 sleeve. That was some moving flames that also had a depiction of what appeared to be a clock or some gears that looks like they slowly are rotating in the tattoo itself. The turtle left to go water the rest of the ocean.
Right, yes.
Well, the crew gathers everything up and meets up with the emissaries, and the decision is made to head to Dieter's hometown of Hill's Edge. This is the closest location that they knew they could get that would get them closer to where they're headed. And as they landed there, they were confronted with some sort of some sort of person in the other room. They hear shuffling and somebody running for the door. As they rip the door open from this circle room, Dieter hamster balls someone that turns out to be an old friend of his that he served with as a city guard before he ventured off trying to become a wizard. The city itself is, last they were there, it was being burned and put to the torch by the Volstrucker agents. The town itself now is out, it's being rebuilt, but as they stepped out and look around, the town is now a makeshift camp of all sorts of refugees pouring out of this region where the group is headed. Conversation is made there, and Dieter discovers that his mother is still alive and had gone east, along with several other people from his town, looking for him and some of the other folks that they could not find after the raid of the Volstruckers. They decided to use the necklace that Ava has had for a long time
Listen.
and take up gaseous form and beeline heading east towards where they think the ancient forest is, where the elven emissaries need to get to. After 8 hours of travel, they notice as it's getting dark, they're flying over a stream of carts and caravans pouring out of this region. They find a spot just off to the side as they land and come back to their normal forms. They find that the area that they're landing is now covered in ash. There's a layer of ash like snow that has fallen over the entire area. They had noticed it first when they landed in Hill's Edge, just every so often. Now further to the east, it is a constant downpour of ash. Not super heavy, but it is enough to blanket everything as far as you can see with it. Dieter decides to throw up the house, the high castle, for the night. The crew climbs aboard, getting their rest that they needed, and that is where we left off. As we kick into the day, the crew, you have finished your trances, your sleep, whatever it is that you needed. It is, let's see, you landed there just after dark. Well, you flew through the night. So now it's going to be pushing evening again by the time you guys have had your rest. It's getting closer to the evening as you guys wake up. The four of you are in the high castle. We'll get to you guys here in just a minute. What do you guys want to do as the day starts? Now the evening starts for you guys. What would you guys like to do?
So, with how long do we have still? So another flight would be.
From what you gathered, you got pretty much halfway. You think ish somewhere in there. You've still got a full.
Did we use the full 8 hours of morning walk to get halfway?
That cut off at least 2 days of travel.
So if we were to go again, they know where we're going because we know where we're going.
Yes, we're following.
The lead emissary lady.
Yeah, we're
Whose
following
name
the
I
elf
don't
lady.
have. Is it Amara who's leading or someone else?
Amara said she knows where.
Because
She's the one that- she's the one that
Amara
kinda
is
took the lead.
literally the only one whose
Yes.
name I have.
Amara's the one that she took the lead and said, "I know where we're heading. Let's go." And she's the one that kind of took off with you. The others are just kind of along with her. But yeah, Amara's the one that was friends with you and helped you do some things. So.
Yeah.
They're all there. They are either up and going or gone about. So the day's yours. What do you guys want to do?
Are they wanting to just keep going, flying wise, or
They seem to be in a bit of a hurry.
okay? No, but I just vote we up and go again. I don't really have anything I need
Just-
to do.
Wind walk again.
No, just once everyone's there, I'll sit down and cast it again.
So you guys step out of the high castle door out into this small clearing that is still covered with ash. You switch your perception. Yours is like 85.
24. Yeah. It's a lot.
As you guys step out and look around, you guys are not too far off from where the roadway is. So as you all step out and you pull up your spoon or whatever it is that you set down to cast your high castle, your silverware. Not what you used last time.
It was like a fork or something, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a fork and a spoon.
Stabs a fork in the ground. Door opens. You notice as you kind of gather around, making sure everybody's ready to go, you immediately hear off to where the roadway is some faint screams.
Some faint screams. Does it sound like what kind of screams?
Roll a perception check now. You've heard it.
19.
Okay. As you hear, you see, he turns his head slightly and he puts his hand up. And as everybody hushes and listens, each of you now start kind of picking up. It sounds like voices, like people screaming.
Okay. Like in fear.
Mhm.
Okay. I ran towards it.
Yeah, that's what's good.
Yeah,
Sure.
I will run after going my 50 feet every 6 seconds.
Okay.
I'm gonna go up and then over.
Well,
Okay.
I have never.
So you notice as you take off running, Dieter's like, what? Ava's wings swirl and she takes to the air. Ash swirling around her, she takes up to the air. How high up are you gonna go?
Is there like trees or anything?
Yeah, you guys are off kind of in a clearing that's a little ways off from the main roadway. You can get up top above the tree line if you'd like.
Yeah, just above the tree line and then
Okay.
go towards the sound.
As you get up above the tree line, you go in full speed.
Up until I'm trying to pay as much attention as I can. Is it still forested area?
It is.
Because it would be my natural.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, you have no problem running through it.
And being able to make sure that I'm paying attention to everything around me. So.
As you take off running through, you hot on his trail. As you're getting closer, the screams are louder, and you hear also a very low of something. And then as you get closer, you just start seeing between the trees some movement and screams, and all of a sudden, as you come running closer, you feel as you get a little closer.
Okay.
Ah, shit.
So would you say we're about 100, 120 feet? 100?
Now, you're probably, by the time you start seeing them, you're probably 60 to 80 feet away.
Because it's getting dark, right?
Mhm.
Okay, cool.
Just as thick as the trees are, where you
Right.
get to where you can actually see through, you're within 60 to 80 feet of the road.
I'm going to kind of just move off on my own. And since it's pretty thick, I'm going to try and stealthily but move as quick as I can
Okay.
to see what the heck it is.
You go on the same route with him. You just beeline it.
I'm not being stealthy. I'm beelining it.
You're all. And she,
I was going to say, I can move full speed in
Yeah.
the forest and stuff.
Okay.
So,
okay. Ava, you go up. Are you beelining or are you?
Oh,
what
I'm
are you doing?
beelining. I'm
Okay.
like, oh no.
Peter, you trying to keep up with these two?
Yeah, I'm doing my best.
It's like, hey,
Yeah, I'm doing
these
my
two.
best.
It's because my movement's 50, yours
it's
is
45.
45.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's because
Dieter's is 30,
you got it.
right?
We believe in you.
He's like, I will double dash and I'll catch you. I'm just kidding.
No, fine.
It won't catch me if I don't dash.
As you slow down slightly, but basically the two of you are now up over her bushes. She's a monk. She's quiet. As you guys are slowing down just slightly, you notice above you the wings. She's flying
It's Ava, right?
closer.
Alright, cool.
As you get closer to the edge, you see first what looks like a side of a cart that is smashed and down slightly. As you peek up through, you see something on the other side of it, a motion of something, and as it comes up, a body. You see a body flying off into the trees.
There's no chance of me catching said body, right?
Oh no.
Oh no.
You see, as you're getting a little bit closer, as you just look up over the top of the trees are pretty thick. So it's like you're coming along and all of a sudden and there's the roadway and then trees. So you need to get pretty close to look down to see this thing. As you're getting closer, you see a person into the trees. And you can hear the screams. You hear the screams.
Keep going and get as close as I can.
As you run out, are you going to go all the way out into the roadway?
No, I'm just gonna the bare like into the covering that tree line. Yeah.
Okay. How far are you going, Ava?
I'm going straight at it, bro.
Sure.
I'm.
As you two, are you going?
Oh, I'm in the road. I
You're
don't-
being cautious, kind of slow down.
am
and
not
look.
caring for stealth in this moment.
She goes running out into the road. As you hit the roadway, when you round the end of this, you see that there's people running the other way. 2 carts that have been smashed. One right in front of you, a large purple one that is smashed just slightly. People running the other way. You hear screams as you round the edge of this, and as you look, you see a mound of earth that is piled up, and a large creature coming up, grabbing somebody, and fling them.
Oh no.
Is it a worm? Like a big worm?
Sure looks like one.
Ah, no, not a worm.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Excuse
Can
me.
I see
How
that?
close do I get?
Yeah,
Yeah,
as you
I'd
step
say how
around the end of
close
that
am I?
thing.
Okay. I just wanted to
I can set up for you if you want.
Yeah.
Oh yes, yes.
We'll set this baby up for you. How's that go?
I'm on attack mode.
We'll set this up. Going battle here, baby. All right, so there's a little guy.
Oh, it's a purple worm. Gosh dang it.
Yeah.
So, where you guys come running out of the trees, and I'm going to grab some trees. We open that up, and right up on top of that the water heater, grab those 3 trees. Okay, so where it is. Cool. Grab this. That's kind of rolling through here. So like I said, this is where you guys come running from. As you see this thing busting up out of here. So you got trees all around. We'll just leave them on one side for now so you guys can see. So you have carts, dead horses, more dead horses. So that's kind of where you guys came running out of the trees from over here. Cool. That'll work. That'll work for now. Dead tree. So if you want to tilt that down a little bit, Peter. So that.
Are we good?
Oh, we're already on it. You're already on it. Look at you go.
Nice.
Okay. So Dildana rounds the end here. Sees this worm fling somebody across. Where are you going?
As soon as I see it inside, I
Other
was-
side? Which
yeah,
way?
That way. I'd just be skirting that way.
Okay. Ava's up here. Let me grab a. How high up are you?
How? Well, I would have been just like above the trees. So yeah, right there's good.
Okay. And Dieter is there. Okay. As you around the corner, you see this thing as it flings a person. You see a couple of large people standing there. One very large, tattoos, holding an axe, breathing, bleeding, and there's one that looks just like him on the ground dead. Because you see a very large man standing here. So, from down the road, there's also another figure just past the other cart that is kind of crouched, looking, holding onto the edge of the cart, looking at this thing. Throw your little mini on there if you want to be. Do I have one?
Oh yeah.
Whichever one you want to be.
Here, can I see it?
I'm not sure what aesthetic you're going for. It is a trap. You're
I'll
right.
go with this one here.
Okay.
So,
So there's a couple other people. Like I said, there's people screaming, fling either way. Let's roll initiative.
Ooh, all right. Oh shit! So I'll take the D.
Yikes!
It's gonna be last.
I got
Roll
it.
initiative.
Could be worse. Could have been
A
worse.
6.
Where?
Oh, baby! I just roll d20.
20.
Oh, my hell.
Nice.
You have advantage on it anyway, but it's all good.
Do
Okay.
better than that.
It's going to be the Brizzle.
Let's just let that be the natural one of the match.
Oh, just the first combat in 3 sessions.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a minute.
2 full sessions. Okay. Anybody else 20 or up?
23.
20,
So
What?
what's yours? You have 22.
21.
23.
Okay. 21.
14.
You have a 1. What'd you
11.
Ava?
5.
Okay. Alrighty.
we
Dieter,
have a
you're.
tag?
Huh?
Do we have a tag for his?
Yep. Sorry. Sit right here. Alrighty. So, what'd you get?
14.
There we go. Okay. So there's our order of combat. Dieter, you're a little ways just catching the edge of this. From where you're at, you can just barely see just this arch of this thing kind of moving. What do you want to do? You're
Okay.
first.
Yeah, let's see.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Try.
Cry.
No, friggin' heck. I'll go ahead and move 30 feet
Okay. Which way?
towards you.
Towards me. So here.
Yeah.
Okay. You can see it now from where you're at.
Okay. Yeah, come running over and yeah, I'm just gonna cast Firebolt.
Firebolt.
Somewhere.
Okay.
Okay. Not that great. Let's see. 18.
That'll hit.
Okay.
That will definitely hit.
So 3d10 fire damage. So 5, 6, 7, 8. 10 points of fire damage.
Sweet. So first, as you kind of come to a skid, the two of you catching just a glimpse of what this thing is, taking a look around, you see fire hit it as it screams and turns towards you. Okay,
Yep, that's
that's
it.
it. Okay, Brizzle.
Well, first off, I'd like to rage.
Rage.
Yeah!
Rage. Okay.
And
Rage.
then, since I'm right there, I'm going to be hitting him with my great axe.
Do it. Go to swing to hit, baby.
12.
So roll your d20 to hit first. Let's see if you hit. 10 plus 9. So 19, which is plus 9 to hit. Yep, that will definitely hit.
Good to know.
And then D12 plus 4.
That's a good four.
Yep, so d12. So it's 1 plus 4.
And
You're sitting on there in your first one. Pull up your other thing here. I think on your first attack. When you're raging, the first creature you hit with a weapon attack takes a 1d6 plus 6 of either necrotic or radiant. So roll a d6.
4.
And 6, so 10 plus the, what did you have on there? The 4, 5, so 15. Okay, 15 damage. Nice. So 10 plus 15. You see as the fire off of him, as it turns and looks at you, you see this large individual rear back with an axe. Boom! And hit it, and it takes a chunk out of Carapace, and it splits. Blood starts coming down.
Does
Okay.
it have more than one attack per time?
I don't know.
You
Yes,
should have
you
two.
should. Yeah.
Should have
You
two
should have
attacks.
two.
So swing again, baby.
So for you, it's
This one you don't get to add the d6 and
So
natural
we can
20.
either, do like
Crit.
an
I thought
attack.
the only
Okay,
one that
so
gets for you.
roll your
Oh,
dice
yeah.
damage.
No, I think
12.
variants of it.
Okay, roll your
Or-
d12.
So for example, you could either
So,
No, they
5.
so
short
double that, so
sword,
10
10,
plus
yeah.
4, so
14.
14.
Third, like,
Or
way
you can
is
cast
up
So
there.
what
right,
they
should
start
be it.
getting
You don't
on
get
is
the
when
that's
you
just
go
the
That's
first
the
one.
first one.
You get
And then you also have
another die.
14.
14.
What?
Mm-hmm. I'm assuming that's
He
supposed to be
hammers
the
this
movement I
thing
can
the
do
first
in turn.
time, takes a
Does
chunk.
Does
You
that
see
take
the
my
chunk.
turn to do that movement?
Blood
No,
pouring
you get
down.
movement.
He rears back and you see veins in his neck and everything.
Yeah, and
Bulge as he
squares.
boom hits above it and it splits again even harder as the worm kind of shakes a little bit and lets out this ear-piercing scream. As it screams, the leaves and everything on either side of the road kind of, each of you are like, ugh. Okay, Do you want to move? Do you have anything else you want to try and do?
No, I think that's it.
Okay. It is Belladonna's turn.
Cool. I'm going to. Yeah, I'm just gonna ride all the way up to it with 50 feet. I can get there.
Pop, pop.
And I can't reach me, so I'm
I
just
gotcha.
gonna.
So you.
And I'm going to just kind of think in my head, just like, alright, it's time to go, bud, and take a swing with Ruin's Wake.
As you
Try
pull
to-
it out and go, you hear a in your head.
Are you
I-
talking to the demon like it's a cat?
I'm thinking in my head to the spear, yes. 15. That first roll was really bad.
15. That one's actually going to hit.
Oh, it is cool. Okay, and it's 3d8 because he's awakened.
3D.
Yerp. Math. I don't like math. Okay. 20 damage on that first hit.
Oh, dang. Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Smokes, man.
It's going to be a
She does some damage.
29 to hit.
Yeah. Definitely hit.
Ooh, good roll.
That was way better than the first one.
Yeah. My brain just stopped functioning. 25 on the second one. And then for my bonus action, I'm going to take my offhand strike with my unarmed.
Here's the punch.
Ow! But the key point actually to do flurry of blows, so I'll do
Right.
2.
So she attacks another
Which
12 times, and
Yep.
he loses his glasses.
so 21, and
Takes his
then
glasses off his face.
so 21 and 28 for the 2 unarmed strikes.
As you notice just through the rage in your head as you hammer the axes and you pull it free, blood in your head and everything is. But you happen to see a figure come flying in. Pow! And she's moving, hitting this thing and moving. Pow! 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 It takes you a second with the rage blur, the bloodlust that you have going, and you see the worm shake as it kind of convulses and starts to collapse.
Oh.
It's looking really
Okay.
hurt.
So for my offhand damage, it's 9 on the first one, and then 11 on the second one.
9 damage and 11.
Yeah, 20 damage
Okay.
total.
I don't want to kill that thing.
Oh my gosh! I didn't think that would happen that fast. I will just shove Ruin's Wake in on the second strike, and then after the second strike with the spear, I will jump off of the spear to just do a roundhouse kick and plow it into the ground.
She's whipping around. Staff comes down. And you see the staff hit before, but it's odd how fast this staff can move as it hits. It smashes this thing, and as it smashes it, it hits the ground, convulsing, and as it kind of stops moving, the entire ground around you guys shakes and moves. Get pissed off. Mom.
Yep, should have seen that coming.
Yes! Yes!
It's a
Mama
giant
pops
one.
out.
So big!
Mom's now come to find baby, and she's pissed.
Right?
I'm so
Why
happy.
does this happen to us? We killed a baby. And
I'm so
this
happy.
always happens to us.
I just
As you see the earth behind you, this thing lands, and you're like, all of a sudden, as the whole earth moves, comes to ground. You get sprayed with earth as this mound comes up, as it comes up out of the earth, and
Things ginormous.
it is ready to chomp you. Okay, you're up, buddy. What do you want to do?
All right, cool. Upon seeing it pop out of the ground, I'm gonna run up towards the cover of the wagon here.
Okay, what's your movement?
30.
Okay.
So I'll get around here-ish.
Get right up to the edge of that
Right.
thing if you
5, 15, 20, 25. Oh, one more.
right there.
Right there?
You want to go there, or you want to be able to see it?
To be
right
able
there?
to see it.
Right there.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and then from the cover of the wagon, I'll go past the finger of death.
Ooh.
Nice.
Whatever I
All got the big guns.
I like it.
Well, it's big.
yeah,
Yeah.
It sure is.
So I gotta roll. That's a lot of d6.
Oh, let's see. So it needs
roll
to
to
do
What's the save?
a.
Was it Constitution? Yeah, Constitution save for it.
What does it have to be?
17.
Rolled an 18.
I'm going to use my reaction for Chronal Shift
Okay.
to force it to reroll.
Oh, that is a 16.
Nice.
Good call.
Ooh.
Good call, dude.
Alright, and I do 27 plus 30 necrotic damage.
Woo! 57.
Oh,
dang.
Okay.
No.
57. Ouch. As it bellows out, you see as something crackles through the air and hits this thing. A couple of the large pieces underneath its body, as it turns just right, it hits, and you see it flexes. Parts of it kind of twitches, and pieces of it begin to go black as it starts to. It's pissed off. It hurt
Nice.
it. Oh yeah, it's
Dude,
up and going.
nice. Nice.
50 what?
57.
Damn. 57 damage. I love it. Okay. It is now its turn.
Oh,
And it's pissed.
Can't imagine why.
It just killed its
Mystery.
baby. Just killed its baby.
Don't kill me. I should have just done pigeon fence. I got
You're
cocky.
like, ooh, yeah. And all of a sudden,
I got
as
cocky.
it erupts, you hear Ruin's Wake like, we gotta go
Whoops.
in your head. Okay. It is going
Blame him for
to.
the bloodlust.
It's right there with you guys. It is going to reach down. It's actually going to try and bite a hold of you.
Yeah.
It's right there. It can
Figured.
reach out. So it's going to try and bite you. Ooh.
Maybe I should have taken
Oof.
freedom of movement.
Yeah, that's like a 30.
Yeah, no, it's
All right. So take a 22 piercing damage, and then I need you to make a dex save.
Oh, I'm good at those though.
Hey.
Yes, you are.
Okay, so 22, yes.
So you
Yes.
rolled that wrong. I did 66 instead of 78.
Oh, gosh.
It's fine.
I'm just laughing at myself.
Sorry.
Learning
I was doing
Dex
that.
save. Dex save.
28.
Okay.
Yeah.
You are able to move out of its teeth as you feel as it chomps onto you. The second set of teeth is trying to pull you
Ah,
in as you
that's
grab a
creepy.
hold.
That's neat.
As it kind of does, Ruin's weight gets wedged in,
Uh,
and it feels like it almost turns to Wodge as you were able to push yourself out and pull out. And you see as she comes out, she's torn and they're green all over her.
Gross.
It rears back up and it's going to come right back at you. As it turns, its tail comes out and it's
Oh.
going to swing its tail at you and try and hit you with a
Just-
stinger.
oh boy.
There's a
Okay.
stinger!
Oh, shnikes, that is a, yeah, that's like another 30 something to hit.
The thing.
So it's going to take another 19 piercing damage
Okay.
and make a con save for me.
Question: is this poison? Because I am immune.
It sure is.
I'm immune to
So-
poison and
Don't even worry about it. Okay.
I forgot
Stings you
about that.
twice.
bugs.
And then as it rears back up, it screams again. Okay, that's its turn. Hollow.
Can I see its ugly face from there?
You can see like part of its body.
Can
It's
I shoot at it
massive.
from
Sure.
there? Okay. Without any
Sure can.
disadvantage of anything like that?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay,
dude.
so
It's
first,
massive.
okay, I'm going to cast Hunter's Mark on it.
Cool. I didn't
Yeah.
Nice. How does
mark. Excellent.
And then,
Hunter's mark.
That's a good one.
so I got a 3 attacks.
Put it in his mouth.
Yeah, trying to.
Yeah.
There you go.
There we go.
It's marked. I need to get my
Do you have a
other ones painted.
concentration one for?
I just need to get them painted. I have all of them printed, but with 9,000 other things.
Okay. First attack.
Oh,
17 plus a lot. 11.
To hit?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Second attack is going to be a 9, so 20.
Yep.
And 22.
Yep.
3.
Yep.
Okay.
All three will hit.
So this isn't. That's not an 8. That's an 8. Yep. Plus an 8. Plus a 6.
Come on. Jesus.
Jesus.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Plus 15.
hey
So
man, he
22.
gave us the weapons.
27 points of damage.
Okay.
True.
Oh, hold on. 27. Plus 4.
31.
Plus 1.
32.
32 points of damage.
Okay. It takes it.
Okay. I'm going to
Okay.
move slightly behind the wagon closer to
Just over. You want to go all the way over?
right there.
Okay.
No,
Hello,
and then
friend.
back a little bit. Yeah. Let's go
You're
like
hiding
10
behind the
feet.
warlock.
It's like, I don't know who this dude is. He's trying to hide behind the dead horse on the
Yeah.
ground.
Stealth.
That's perfect right there. Okay.
Okay. Anything else you want to do? Ava, you see this
Okay.
thing come out, your friend beat the hell out of one of them, and you're like, oh, cool. All of a sudden, it tries to eat Belladonna, and it's your turn. What do you want to do?
Okay, I'll do a little panic flutter. Do any of the people or animals on the ground look like they're semi-alive or trying to be?
Just the ones that you can see here.
They're all trying to live, or they're all dead?
The ones that are alive are
alive,
us
alive,
and those
alive,
two.
alive, alive. Everything that's around here is either dead or they have fled.
So there's no chance of saving any of these people.
You could save the horse, but everything else looks dead. The other one got flung off into the trees.
You know,
Or Bella.
maybe later.
I was gonna say, there's also me who got
Bleeding.
hit.
Weapon blown off the
Multiple
ground.
times.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
I'll yell to Belladonna. You know, I think you kind of deserve that. You killed its child. And then I'll cast Toll the Dead on it.
I mean, its
Alright.
child was murdering people, so.
Oh, the dead.
It needs to make a wisdom save.
Oh, it's gonna be a fail.
Oh, yeah, it
That
is?
a 12.
Yeah, it has to be 18. So,
Has it taken damage?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it took some necrotic
Then
damage.
there's D12.
yeah, 3D. Yes.
It's taking quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, from
Yes,
and
at the end.
And then
Yours. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it took some.
17 plus.
I guess this has still got a little bit.
After you beat the hell out of its
That's
child.
gonna be 27 points
Okay.
of
It was like the drunk man. all over
necrotic
again.
damage.
Yeah.
Nice. You see a spectral image of something kind of over the top of it, and it here, look, bell. As the trees kind of from her concussive. How much was it? 20 what?
27.
Okay.
Or was it 27?
Yeah.
It
Once
told the
they
dead
just-
is
once they take
3d12.
damage, it's a D12 instead of a D8.
That's awesome.
Is
now.
broken.
Okay. What else you want to do?
Let's see. That was a. How does this one work? Can I cast another spell if I use a cantrip if it's a bonus action? Or I don't know how this one
As a
works.
bonus action, you should be able to.
Okay, yeah. I was just gonna cast branding smite on it.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. Just in case I need it. So
Okay.
branding smite with the necklace. So I don't have to use a spell slot.
Nice.
So what does that one do?
So basically, just the next time someone hits it, it does an extra. Oh, next time I hit it, it does an extra
Been smited.
2d6 radiant.
Okay.
It's a
It
little
has
crown.
been smitten. Okay. Anything else you want to do?
It also can be invisible until spell ends, but I don't think it's going to.
Okay. Anything else you want to do?
Nope, that's it. Sorry.
Okay. As we are back to the top of the round, it is going to use an action, and it's going to burrow.
Yeah, I saw that coming.
As it goes underneath the ground, it's going to move across.
I can track it.
You can track it, absolutely, no problem.
He's just like, it's
Oh,
going
nice,
this
yeah.
way.
It's going
I'm
over
like-
there.
Just touching the ground and feeling the vibrations.
It's like,
What's that show?
Trimmers, yeah.
you guys remember Trimmers?
Is this one of those graboids?
Graboids.
I'm not really excited to see where it goes though.
Oh, where did it go?
So it's hit dice, like, what is that? Like, how I,
Oh, yeah, so that's gonna be like whenever we take a short rest. It's hit dice
I
too.
wanted to use, and I don't know where it went.
So the level 13, so
Balls.
13 hit die.
right, times whatever you roll plus 3.
Sorry, this is
Yeah.
one that I wanted
That makes
to use
sense.
for this.
And then, so like, say when I attack this
Is
thing,
it on the, is it that?
like the
No.
finger death, it doesn't, but like, how would I, what do I roll to see if I hit?
Shape.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a d20.
Just a d20.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for example, if you If you pull out your short sword,
Mhm.
it'll be a
Yeah, well.
a d20 plus 1.
Have like a
If you use your
cool
sling,
looking,
it'll be a d20 plus 6.
If I cast it a spell, is it just going to be a flat d20? Or does
Yeah.
it use like one of these things?
D20
It's the plus 9. Got it.
Yeah.
so as it burrows across, it's gonna use.
Okay, good.
That's the wrong one.
And which of these things is what it has to roll to hit me?
We'll use this one. The other one I have to have like
Okay.
a divot.
Yeah.
This kind that comes across. It's gonna go right underneath
Oh.
you.
Well, that's
As it burrows, it
just. Oh.
you see the ground right underneath Belladonna. It dives underneath. The ground comes up first, and as it goes by, you see the lump of it moving, and then as it dives, the earth behind her caves in. Make a dexterity save.
Oh, that's cool.
21.
21. Okay. You do fall in. However, you're able to brace yourself as you hit the ground. You are now down underneath.
Oh, jeez.
You are, well, it went over and then the lump kind of,
Oh boy.
as it disappeared over this way, as it burrowed. She falls down. She's in a ditch. Now, you do not take any damage because you're able to catch the wall as you fall. You hit the ground and you look up and you're about 15 feet down.
That's not bad for a monk.
Yeah.
Walk on
I
walls.
can run up walls. We're good. We're fine.
So, as it kind of, you walk up, look, and you see her down there. As it shoots back up, it's going to come right up underneath you guys.
Oh, boy.
As it blows out of the ground, right where you guys were. Need at least you two, to make a dexterity save.
So it's 20 plus 1, right?
Yes, you're exactly
11
right.
15.
Control one.
11, okay?
15.
Okay. You're like, I know where it's at, I know where it's at, I know where it's at. Oh shit. As it hits the ground, it knocks you.
Dex save. Oh.
You go flying. You see, as it erupts back out of the ground, you see the ranger goes flying and lands face down. You are able to, you get pushed, you land on the ground and slide. You don't take any damage, but you're prone. You do take damage.
Yeah, I figured.
Nice. Good save.
Nice. Okay.
Holy shit.
That's 6.
That was a scary amount.
Dice.
7.
7 damage?
Yeah, which of my turn does
Oh,
it
Just
or it
knock
just
it out
sounds
from-
way louder.
Okay.
7 damage, you're
It's
prone,
half
it just
in-
tossed you.
Okay.
It's nothing. Yeah. Okay, so it reappears over there. You're down in the ground, 15 feet. You didn't see that. You just feel the boom as it erupts out of the ground. Dieter, you're up.
Oh man.
You see this
Um,
thing burrow and then
Oh, right. That wasn't even like its turn. That
Nope,
wasn't even
that
its
was-
turn, right?
That was just its wonderful action.
one of its actions that it can take at the top of the order.
That's awesome.
It may or may not have another legendary available. So.
May or may not. You have to beat these things up a little bit with what we're doing nowadays.
I'll
Okay.
give you a challenge now. You guys whoop its ass.
Hey, you gave me this weapon.
I did. I
Um,
ain't complaining. It's awesome. I love
Red,
it.
could you move my guy 2 squares towards me? Yeah, one more.
Uno mas. Right there.
Yeah, that's perfect. Okay. I'm going to come running up and put out my hand and cast Slow.
Nice.
What's it gotta be?
It needs to beat a Wisdom save of 18.
That is a 17 on the die plus 4.
Oh, it's wise.
Plus 4?
It's a small word.
Ooh, dang, that's a very
Wisdom
small
plus
word.
4.
It's wiser than I thought it would
I will burn my reaction to do another chronal shift
Okay.
to
Make it
realize, yeah, it saves. And then
Oh,
it's
that
like,
one fails. That's a 5 with the 4 on the die.
Oh, woo!
Good
Yeah,
call.
it beats him just like, no, just like turn back time just a second.
Okay.
Okay, so with
It is
slow,
slowed. Nice.
Yeah, with
Still
slow it has,
these
uh,
two.
Still
So.
got a whole bunch of stuff going on.
It has those. What, that too. Look it on its mouth. Put that
So,
one on there.
with slow,
Slowed.
it has the following effects. Its speed is halved, has a -2 penalty to AC, and
Nice.
dexterity throws, and cannot use reactions. On its turn, it can either use an action, a bonus action, but not
It's
both.
just got so many little.
Say it one more time.
On its turn, it can use either an action or a bonus action, but not both.
Cool.
And no reaction.
No reactions.
Yep, and
Got
it
it.
cannot, regardless of the creature's abilities or magic items, it cannot make more than one melee or ranged attack during its turn.
Alright, that's a huge help.
And then it can do a wisdom save at the end of each turn.
Cool. Okay. It's the end of each of its turn.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Brizzle. You just
Okay.
saw this thing. It pushed you a little bit. You didn't get knocked prone, luckily. She's down in this in the ground, and it reappears 40 feet, 50 feet from you.
Well, if it's 40 feet, I'm running back at it.
Okay. Are you going beeline straight at it?
Yep.
Okay. As you run, I need you to make an athletics check to see if you can jump that thing.
Okay,
So roll a
athletics
d20 and
check.
add your athletics.
It's plus 9. 16, so
That should be
25.
pretty good.
Yeah. You're down on the ground. You see this. This dude. You clear it, no problem. You're gonna run right up to it. Cool. Beautiful.
There's that.
Remember what its second, like, so if the hunter's mark, it's slow, hers.
And then
The toll of the or the
the
Branding smite.
branding smite.
Well, when she hits it, it goes this one.
It's
Her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
it's got too many little
It's
rings on
good.
it.
Just it has its ears for it. Hang on. Just set it on there. It's fine. Cool. Okay. So you run up to it. Take a couple swings at it.
Yep.
You're gonna go reckless on this one.
Yep. I'm going reckless.
Still,
Reckless
still
attack.
raging. You're still raging, so roll a reckless, baby.
19.
Yep, that's gonna hit. Even because you have a +9 on your
Roll
attacks.
again now to see if it's a hit.
Yep, roll again.
4.
19.
19.
Okay. And then it's a 12.
So,
It's 3 plus 4.
okay. Then you should have a
Plus 9.
d6 for your
Yep.
first attack.
5. And then it's a plus 9 for a hit.
Okay. So, which one? Did you add this one right here for your first hit?
11.
So roll the d, whatever it is, and add that to it.
So 6
For your
5.
necrotic.
16. Plus 6.
There it goes.
Sweet.
22.
There we
Yeah,
go.
that
That's what I'm
sounds
talking about.
better.
Okay. That's for your first hit. Swing
Next
again.
one.
And you get advantage
You
again.
reckless hit. You have advantage again. Roll again. See if you, what was that?
4. 19.
That's, there you go. Okay.
Right.
Yep.
That's why we just roll
12.
It's alright, baby. Sounds like please go
Another
reckless
4.
on this one.
And
Reckless.
then 6.
I'm so
2.
excited.
4. 8. 2. 10. 11. It's 21 plus 6 is 27.
Did you add this the d6 on the second one?
Oh no.
You only get that one time. You only get it one time. So 27?
Yep.
Damn. There we go. So 59.
Nice.
59 damage. It took a chunk out of it. You see as it hits this thing as it comes up, it's looking to where you went, all of a sudden it comes running up as it hits. A couple of the feet things get lopped right off.
Nice.
Nice. That one hurt. It's still up and going. Okay. Anything else you want to do? Belladonna, you're up, and Aiden, you're on deck.
Okay, I will get up. Oh, well, am I prone since I caught myself, or
No. You're
Okay.
just down the bottom of this
I
thing
will
looking up.
move over. I'll follow the little ravine a little ways, and I'm assuming I can still see it because I don't know
No,
what it is.
not where you're at. You're
I'll climb up.
Okay. So you bring the 15 feet of climbing to get up?
Yeah,
So you.
I can literally run up the wall.
Oh, yeah.
So I'll just,
I
and
know,
then
I know
I'm
you can.
going to throw Ruin's Wake at sort of an angle and an infernal. I'm just gonna say burn. And it's going to, the spear is going to transform into a bolt of lightning.
Hell
Oh,
to
that's
the
new.
yes.
Yes. I haven't used it yet.
Hell
I've
to
had it
the
since
yes.
it's been awakened. But yeah, I'm going to do it kind of at an angle, like upwards, so
Okay.
it doesn't hit anyone else. It needs to make a dexterity saving throw, a DC 15.
Not good on decks. Yeah, no, that's a
Sweet.
9.
Can I borrow 5 of your D6s?
Yeah.
I can assign some too.
Thank you.
Ooh, baby! Let's see what
that's all
this
it
baby gonna do.
Yes,
So your 100 marks, that's for her. What's the other one? Oh, slow. Cool. That's
Okay.
down 2
I
odds.
didn't roll very good though, so
Just pass me the numbers.
10. Yeah. that wasn't very good. 27 lightning damage.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yep.
Well,
What a
I rolled
terrible
I
roll.
rolled a lot
Oh,
of ones and twos.
So she jumps out, and you see as she steps forward and zings us, you hear her call out in Infernal. Kind of odd to hear that yelled out where you are. And this thing comes flying, and just as it's going, you see it start to into a bolt of lightning as it hits. Does it come back to you?
Yep. It comes back in. Just
Catches it.
and that counts as my whole attack. Yes.
Beautiful.
Okay.
I will. Bonus action spend a key point to do patient defense.
There you go. You're ready to go. Cool.
Because
Cool, cool.
I don't want to be hit by that sucker again. I'm good.
Okay. You're up, buddy. You're prone. It just knocked you down. So
Yeah,
it'll
so
just
just
burn
gonna-
half. It'll burn half your speed to get up as well.
Yeah, alright. So, upon hearing a warrior lay into this thing and a lightning bolt behind me, I push myself up,
Okay.
take a second to lament my torn up robes, look up, a little bit indignant, and I cast Ray of Frost.
Yeah.
I like it.
Freeze his ass.
Okay.
Or his head. Yeah.
What's the save?
I don't think there's a save.
Here's
Straight
the
up.
attack roll.
It's just an attack roll.
Okay,
so-
cool. So it's down 2 on its AC. So,
yeah,
Oh,
so
right,
you
I
roll
gotta
your-
roll that. Okay. So, that's 9.
23.
So 23.
it's a hit.
Yeah, to hit.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, I rolled one of these again. What did I have? Can I just re-roll that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Much better.
So I got. Well, that's just.
Been wanting to break
Do I
that
add?
code
No,
for
okay.
so long.
What's that?
So 17.
For so long.
Just 17, right? I don't add anything else. 17.
No,
Cool.
Okay, so 17.
Okay.
and its speed is reduced by 10.
Oh yeah, speed's reduced by 10.
So it's
So
already.
it's
For the rest,
halved?
It's already-
until it comes back around to me.
So it was halved.
Was
No,
it
it's
two?
reduced by another 10.
Yeah.
Nice.
Perfect.
17
Thank you
damage.
so much.
Yeah, 17.
Yeah, so it's like got a quarter of its speed now.
Yes.
It's alright.
He's just like,
See if it tries to run now.
can't run now.
Right.
It's a little pissed now. It's bleeding. There's chunks missing out of this thing. As it turns, you see a couple of the teeth are like broken. As it screams, as you're right up against it. Okay. It's gonna roll up, and it rolls to its side, and that tail's gonna come out and strike at you with its stinger. Ooh, that's gonna hit. Yeah, that's a 12 plus 14.
Plus 14.
Yeah.
That's a
So
terrible.
19 piercing damage, make a Constitution save. I need you to roll a d20 and add your Constitution modifier to
11
it. It's your con.
plus 4,
Your
so
con save.
15.
Your saving throw, is that
It should be pretty high.
18.
18? Okay. 18.
What's that one right there?
Oh,
Is that
no,
nine?
plus 9.
Nice.
I was gonna say it should be.
So,
19? 20?
yeah, 20.
Okay. So as it stings you, you see this, as it rolls to its side, you're kind of tracking where it's going, and you didn't quite see this tail come up out of the ground, and this stinger pierces in the side of it. As it hits the side of you and pulls out, blood spurts out. It's 42 poison damage, however you succeed, so it's half of that, so 21 poison.
42!
This thing's no joke, dude.
21.
So 21, so there's your,
Yep.
right there, yep. So minus the 19 and the 21 on top of it. It is then going to try and burrow back into the ground.
Slowly.
Very slowly. So
'Cause it's
it's,
missing half of its.
yeah,
side
but
on-
its speed is halved and then halved again.
No, minus 10 again.
Huh?
Like it's
So
still-
half and then minus 10.
Half and then minus 10.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's, okay. It's got enough to burrow. It has 50 feet, so it's still got 15. And its burrowing is 30, so it'll just basically, it dives down under the ground.
It's
Right here,
where
you're
it's
going to
at.
have a opportunity attack at it. So if you want to take a swing with your axe,
I do indeed.
roll a d20.
Yeah, get it.
It is burrowed for a moment. It's trying to get the hell away from you now. It doesn't like now that it's getting its ass handed to it.
I can roll again, too. Oh, 10. 10 plus.
9, 19?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, heck yeah.
Your thing kicked its trash on its armor. It's dropped to 2.
Dude, it's slow.
Is Belladonna next to it?
She's
No.
back away. You're still
So, a 9.
Ooh.
9. What was it? Or was that a 6?
Should just be a single attack of 9. 6
6
plus the damage on
Plus
the axe. So
plus
10.
9. Or was that plus 9?
That's,
Plus
that's
5?
to hit.
Oh,
So that's your damage right there.
so it's 4. So it's 10.
10 damage, okay.
Dude, nice.
You take another tooth as it tries to dive. You actually swing it and it catches on where its head is, and you see a tooth rip off of it as it burrows its face into the ground.
Nice.
It's hurt. It's bloody. But it has now burrowed under. You know where it's at.
Yeah.
It's just basically burrowed under the ground 15 feet. It's all moving it really at the moment. It's like, ow, ow, ow.
It's just hiding under the
It's like,
ground.
ow, okay, ow.
That was a mistake.
Ow, that hurt. Okay. It's its turn. It's buried right now.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
Oh, it's my turn.
Mhm.
Okay, so I'm going to drop my concentration on Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
And I'm going to cast Zephyr Strike. So I'm going to stand up, and so I still have 50 feet of movement.
Yeah, easy. You pop up.
55. So I'll pop up, and I'm going to jump down right after it.
Cool.
I'm going to jump down into the hole that 15 feet where it is, and
Wait.
try and pump it.
You see him jump up and he dives down as this thing burrows down. You see it burrow, and all of a sudden he jumps up, drops down in the hole. You're like, you guys don't know how far it's gone down. He just jumps in.
Okay. I'm assuming I land.
You land on it, yeah.
Land on it.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
And then I'm going to take 2 strikes at it.
Hey,
Where is it?
oh, that's great.
We just watch it follow, and all of us are like,
Are you
yeah,
gonna
that's
just
about
hit
right.
You punching it?
No, I got a spear.
Okay.
So I'm going to pull my spear out real quick.
Cool, cool.
Once before the spell ends, you can give yourself advantage on 1 weapon attack roll on my turn.
So it's a 10-foot diameter tunnel. Is it?
Okay.
Or-
So this one is 14 plus
Damn.
10, so 24 to
Yeah.
hit. Okay.
You would have hit anyway.
Ooh, natural 20 for the second hit.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah.
Critical.
So the first one is.
So you're good. Yeah, 148. You're
Yeah, man.
Holy
108.
crap. Not, one of them's good. So 9 plus 5, so 14 damage for the first one.
okay.
And then the
Roll your
second.
crit.
So the second. Oh, really? So
What is it, 1?
9. So 9 total for that second one.
So what's the total? 9 plus the 12 before?
Yeah, so
21. Okay. How do you want to kill this thing?
20.
Hey!
Just jumps
So
in
I'm
the
like
hole.
jumping
You guys
down
don't
the
see
hole
this.
with these
He's
two-
like, oh no, you don't.
Right? So I'm jumping down, just like spear first. I'm just gonna go down and try and shove it right through his head.
Oh yeah. You guys hear as he dives in, you hear a scream all underground, and the whole ground kind of shakes a little bit as you, and even around the edges, it kind of starts to tumble in where you just went.
I figured.
So we're out of combat for the moment.
I'll go running over to the hole.
Okay.
Come running over, just put
Climbing
down.
up, covered in goo.
I,
Oh yeah.
On hand?
It's dead.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. I didn't know you could do that.
Do you want to hand out of the hole?
Oh, yeah. Alright, I just reach out. Pull you in.
The two of you see this ragtag group of people. Why don't you describe to these two what your character looks like, what they see?
Okay, yeah. Dieter is a,
Push that back.
oh yeah.
Since combat is over, we'll go back to here.
There we go.
That's beautiful.
Back to our scheduled
Well done.
program.
It feels good to run combat again.
Right.
Anyway, so Dieter is he's a 6'1", half orc. He's got white scruff, white hair. Seems to be maybe in his late 20s, early 30s.
That's right.
He's got these two
Get
books in like
props on
holsters
chat.
underneath his arms. He's got a brown long coat that goes down to maybe about like his calves. just basic cotton, tunic. He's got these like knee-high boots that have like these metal plates on the front just for like additional protection. Aside from that, that's pretty much it for Dieter.
That's the one I sent you a picture.
Let's see, Amber Eyes. That's pretty much it.
That's the baby.
Let's see.
I don't think I noticed the
Yeah,
orange
dude.
highlights in them.
Cool. There's the baby version. It hasn't grown up all the way.
I've actually got.
Hasn't grown. Well, now it can't.
So thanks to somebody.
Right. Yeah.
Not to bust that thing out for so long.
Sibling? I believe the spear.
Baby right there.
But he
That
was all
works.
sorts of excited. The spirit.
He always keeps
Oh yeah, he gets excited. Okay. Ava. Oh,
There
here's
we
what's
go.
Those teeth.
Oh, nice.
Second. That is.
I
Okay.
want to see.
Dieter
Is it the
Is it your
art
drawing?
that you drew?
Ew, that's so gross. That's the worst drawing I've
Gee,
ever seen of it.
who drew
What the
that?
heck? Yeah, well, gross.
Say,
Disgusting.
show the picture. Well, if you're watching Dieter's, you'll see his picture right by underneath his face, right there on the overlay.
Yeah.
So that's him.
Mm-hmm.
Ava, are you still hovering in the air?
Yeah, I'll come and land next to Dieter and.
Okay.
So I don't know if you heard this, but he went to go give me a helping hand. I pulled him into the hole.
Oh yeah,
She
he got
ran
pulled
towards
into the
the
hole.
speaker.
You're coming down, and all of a sudden you see a hand come out and grab Dieter and pull him into the hole.
Oh.
Going.
Nice. Nice. I like it.
So Ava is like
course you will,
5'4", 5'5", elven lady with these big old feathered wings. One of them's black, one of them's white. She has white hair that's kind of chopped right here and a long scar that goes across her face. And she has some necrotic damage that kind of like creeps up the side of her neck. It looks really gnarly and disgusting.
Looks awesome.
This
That's what
is
you
this
meant
is
to
what
say.
she looks like basically.
Okay.
That's her.
Having a picture helps describe it, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody happens to be an artist around here that draws everybody's
Someone,
pictures.
yeah,
I don't
someone
know.
happens to be obsessed. Yeah, she,
From on there, the characters and everything. So yeah, if you're watching the stream, the two on the right over here, that way, those guys over there, they're sitting on see Kilvar's nameplate there and Tindo. They're not here. These are not Kilvar and Tindo. These are guys joining us for the first time today. So. Belladonna.
Oh boy.
Hey, got to meet Miss Weird.
Hey!
Everybody thinks you're weird.
Yeah,
But
no.
it's awesome.
So Belladonna is a tiefling, about 5'5", pale white, like paper white skin. She has deep red hair that's kind of shaggy on one side and kind of covers half of her face. She has very large, bright green, feline-like eyes. If you see her smile or grimace or talk, she has little fangs and a forked tongue. She has 3 scars on her right cheek. I'm sending pictures in the chat, so I don't have to try to stretch over to show you, but they're taking forever to send. She has pretty simple robes in mostly gray, black, and green. She also has claw marks on her right horn. Words are
Corn.
hard. I've had a
Corn.
lot of caffeine in the last hour, so
It's the
on her right
bangs.
horn she's got some claw marks. You can also see she's carved infernal runes on the outside of her horns. I don't know if you can read infernal. If so, I'll tell you what they are. If not,
You might be able to. You can.
Nope.
I know you can.
Like, where is it? My language is. It's
yes. She also has a tattoo
so
on the.
no, I cannot.
Okay. She also, yes, so far no one knows. It's so fun to me. And no one's asked. So far she has a,
I
she has,
asked.
I don't
Okay.
remember.
I
You asked, I know you asked out of character. I couldn't remember if you asked in
I
character.
asked in character.
She has a tattoo on each hand. One is like a hamsa, and the other is a triquetra symbol in blood red ink. That's about
Okay.
it.
And now the large tattoo on her thigh.
Oh yeah, no, large thing.
Oh, well, I don't know if you can see that very
Probably
much
not.
through the robes, but
Probably not.
yeah. But yeah, so
I don't
she's
know.
got her
Yeah.
blood red
Unless
tattoos.
you're.
But yeah,
pinging
I sent
the
those pictures in the chat that show her.
When
Yep,
I when I
just show
asked
these
about
guys.
your tattoos, you said, "Oh, they
you see
protect
them?
from demons."
What's that?
The irony
Yeah,
is
I
not
got it.
lost
Cool.
on me.
I was looking at the.
Alright. Anything else you want to tell them? It's the spear she's carrying.
Oh, yes, I have a spear
Very cool
on my
spear.
back that is made from. It's gold dragon bone, yes? Like, the bone of a gold dragon, and it's pretty wicked looking.
White, stark white with a black tip on it. Almost obsidian looking. It's cool. Badass. And it, it may or may not talk to her.
And they don't know that yet.
Okay. Now the other weird one of the group.
Right. Okay. So Apollo, he's about 6 foot, somewhat slender, but kind of a muscular elf, so maybe 175 pounds ish. Ashen skin, if you kind of notice that, he looks almost deathly ill, and then he's just kind of got more like kind of a more black on his eyes instead of what you would traditionally see of normal living human being. Dressed in just kind of plain clothes, like black overrobe, black pants. The thing that kind of stands out with him when you saw him at first before he fell down in the hole was his bow, right?
Ish.
Okay.
But his bow is like black like obsidian, but then it's got these streaks of like silver and whatnot through it. That's kind of it's more that on it, but kind of hiding underneath this hood quite often. So
Right.
So, you're just a big ass dude.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever even thought about what you look like at all.
Just really tall and really big, just muscular and
Like him.
lots of scarring and tattoos. Not a lot of armor, I guess you would say. It's just a boot. Just see.
That's what he's asking about.
oh,
Yeah, I'd say he's what, like 7-ish
At
feet?
least.
7,
Big boy.
probably close to 450.
I think you guys, I don't know if you guys had much run-ins with barbarians in size, especially Goliaths around. I'm trying to remember you. I don't know if you've seen the Goliaths or not.
I don't know.
Probably not. So,
I mean, I've traveled a lot, but
they're rare, especially in this area. So, you being somewhat close to this area, seeing somebody like him around here is not normal. Obviously, probably been displaced with what's going on. And pushed him and his clan south quite a ways. So, you've seen him every once in a while, but seeing one this far south into where close to your place, not real common down here. So it's weird to see a large Goliath this far south.
Cool. Yeah.
Anything you got?
Yeah. So I'm about 5'11". I've got just full suit of robes on, brown, red accents. Left hip, got a short sword. Right hip, I've got just a strip of leather. It's a sling, right? As well as a pouch and a staff strapped across my back. Pulled really disheveled, like not really dirty, but not cared for long hair.
Race.
Unkept.
Right? Human. Just a human.
Sure.
And I'm like, yeah, let's go.
You don't want to race these two.
What color hair
Promise.
do you have?
Brown.
Brown.
Nice.
So you guys climb back up out of the hole.
yeah.
Yeah.
You see covered in blood and goo and viscous stuff from the insides of this massive worm. You look and see these two standing. The two of you, this is the first that you've actually seen of each other as well.
Hey,
Kind of the gist of
are we not in this caravan together?
you are basically what brought you guys here would have been fleeing from the destruction behind you. There are mixed caravans of all sorts of people from all over that funneled onto this main road that is heading the hell out of where you guys are trying to go to. So that would have been, you guys may have seen each other on this road. Again, for you, also would have been odd seeing Goliaths this far south.
Yeah. How tall did you say you were?
That's seven.
Seven.
Just a little over 7 feet tall.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm
Big
like, oh hey.
Yep, big boy stands up. The fade of the rage comes down, and you see the veins in his neck start to slowly dissipate. Your vision comes back, and yeah, big boy. So what do you guys want to do?
Yeah, so seeing him come out of the goo, I want to go straight over. This is fascinating, sort of, feel the stuff on the side. Is it dead down there? Is it dead?
That's literally what I do.
I just move him out of the way and I start go digging through the horses. He's
I-
super awkward, man.
I'll take it as a yes, and
This
I'm
is
gonna
the
jump down.
awkward duo.
I'm gonna jump down into the goo.
Alright. So
You hear some sloshing.
Jump down in there. Yeah, you get down there, there's blood and goo and bits of carapace and armor. It's mostly intact, but it almost like he went right through the glory cornhole right through it. So it's
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so just down there, little, as I pull my notes and stuff out of my hidden pocket. Yeah.
down
And I'm just taking notes on this thing, yeah.
there. Nice. I love it.
What are you doing down there?
Nice.
Taking notes? I'm down.
Why?
Study! Come down and we'll show you!
It looks
I'm
sticky.
just like shaking my
Yeah.
head.
I
Nice.
think I'm covered in enough worm goo, so have fun.
Oh, I am.
Dieter, are you still down there?
No, I'm at the edge. I'm just watching.
You got pulled in.
I climbed down.
Yeah,
Oh, you
we
did?
both
Okay,
did.
okay. Do you want to go down with him?
No.
Okay, well, I guess I'll go. I don't want him to feel alone. Weird.
He seems kind of happy by himself.
Well, what if he gets, eaten?
By what?
It's
The
dead.
rest of it. I don't know. Maybe it comes back to... A lot of things come back to life around us, okay?
Like me?
Yeah, like you.
If he comes back, we'll kill it again.
Well, yeah, but what if it just, eats him?
So
Then we'll get him out.
you guys are having a conversation. You're over rummaging through the
I'm
horses.
rummaging through the
You
horses.
notice out of the
and
corner of your eye, the very large Goliath walks around the other side of the caravan.
to the other dead
There's
Goliath.
another Goliath
Okay.
that was with
I don't
you.
touch that Goliath.
This would have been either a brother or someone from your clan that traveled with you that has been torn. His
Whoa.
insides, you see the intestines are spread across. He is torn in half, arm missing off in the trees,
Oof.
and the side of his head has been torn all through, and everything is laying out as he's laying on his back. That's it.
I'm gonna pick up whatever weapons or tools he had.
He's dressed about the same as you. You see he's got some hides and things on him. Very, very large great axe. Almost as like tall as you. Very large great axe. About the only thing you're really going to get off of this other Goliath that was with you would be any of the trinkets of your gods, of your clan, of where you come from. Each of you have some sort of a token, whatever it is that connects you to where you come from. You'd probably be able to salvage that. Not much else. It's been torn up.
Can I dual wield great axes?
They are two-handed.
Okay. Well, I'll still pick it up and I'll carry it with me because I can carry.
Slaps a second great axe across his
I can
back.
carry quite a bit.
Cool.
It's a backup.
That's right. In case you lose one of them.
Well, I can throw my great axe and
In
then.
case you lose one.
Just
Is it?
That would be impressive. Okay.
Yeah, I'll carry it.
As you dig around on the horses, there looks like a lot of food stores. What this looks like is a caravan of people that threw everything they had onto these horses and took off. So you have bags of clothing, some of utensils, mostly wooden plates, some that are maybe either clay, pottery. It looks like it's a not very wealthy family, that's for sure. There is a small satchel on the side of one of these horses that has only like 10 gold in it.
Okay.
It's probably the entire savings of this whoever's family or horses this was. Not much else on the few horses that you see here. The wagons itself, there's furniture that's now been destroyed and shattered. some clothing, a few things that are now strewn across.
No family names or anything like that.
Nothing
That's-
on those ones.
Nothing showing anything.
Nope.
I mean, I'll take the 10 gold, but
Okay.
that's about it.
So I see him going through things.
You went down in the hole.
You were in the hole with him.
Did I go down the hole?
You were
said-
considering.
Yeah, you felt bad because he was the only one down there.
Oh
I don't
yeah.
want you to be the only one getting gross.
I was trying to talk you into it, but you didn't do it, so I went down.
Down in the hole. Oh, wonderful. Yes, welcome down here. This is fascinating. Look at this shell. So hard.
It's a worm.
Well-
Have you never seen the worm before?
You ever seen a worm covered in scales and armor?
I mean,
Just
know,
look
he's
at the
got a
goo.
point. Look at the cannabis.
I mean, comparatively to things that we've, killed before, it's not that strange. I mean, right?
I mean, if only we could get a good look at its face and its head. I mean, that's what it uses primarily to burrow and move things out of the way. It's probably... I mean, if it's burrowing through rock and stone and earth, it'd have to have an incredibly hard face.
You have a point. I'm gonna climb out of the hole and start heading over to the baby one.
Okay.
Realizing that Dieter has found a scientist mind, gonna panic a little.
Science bros.
Science,
He's
yeah.
coming up and out. I go and try and cut the tail off it a little bit.
Okay. You walk out, and as you climb out, covered in
Yeah,
goo.
covered in
start
goo.
walking over, you see he's over there hacking off. So you're going after the little stinger? Okay. Take a minute, roll a strength check.
22.
Okay. It's hard. You're cutting through carapace, and as you walk over, and you're watching him saw and saw and saw.
I get close and watch over his shoulder.
He could walk over and push on
Right.
down through for you. But it takes maybe you're able to follow up off a very small stinger. Yeah, it's about a foot long.
Oh.
That's a small one.
On the baby one.
Yeah, the one that whipped into him's about 3 feet long, about that big around. Looks like a horn that came out and all dinged or pierced through it.
Is,
Massive.
I know, I was like, that thing hit me and I'm a little.
Mhm.
is anyone, hurt? Sorry to interrupt. But,
I'm hurt.
all the,
Yeah.
Everybody's like,
oh dear. How many hit points are we missing?
Well, I went from 132 to 91.
it's not bad.
Oh, you're fine.
In 2 hits.
You're
Yeah.
fine.
I know, it just.
Mine was one hit. I
That's
was
fine.
I
Little
wasn't
miss
fine, like,
dodge everything.
It
and
wasn't
just
find like a
evade.
healing word or. Oh, I'm looking for any sign of that these people might have been from El Boulder.
Okay. Roll a investigation check.
I'm trying to heal you and you just start rummaging through things like stop moving. Stop moving.
Put your hands on me.
Not great. 15.
Okay. Not El Boulder itself, but you do see that there are. There's several. This wagon, there's one there. There's 3 of them in here that are torn apart. One of them is from a smaller town that you've been through as a child. It's not right next door, but it's up the river along the coast. Definitely from that area, but not El Boulder itself.
You get 6 points of healing.
I will take anything.
Not really hurt. Well, here's a
I,
band-aid.
I rolled really low.
That's fine.
If you want to sit down, I can
Let me go through the
use my
wagon.
medicine kit. I'm good.
Obviously, you went through
Okay, all of it,
Yes.
including that wagon. Perfect. That's
Question,
what I thought. I
question.
just
We just abandoned the emissaries. Are they
both.
anywhere
You're like,
near
they're
us?
around there, standing in the edge of the
Okay.
trees, kind of stepping out of the trees, looking back and forth,
Sorry, we're coming. We just had to take care of a worm, I guess.
yeah, that was impressive. The only one that you see that still looks lively is the one. The other clerics that are there are still very gaunt. They look better than they did when you first saw them after the whole experience, but they still look very, very weak.
Alright. So, who are you?
Hi.
Is this your caravan?
No, not my caravan. I'm Aiden, future tenured professor.
He's total
Why?
Peter number 2.
What's a
That's great.
professor?
What's
Peter's
tenure?
like, Peter's immediately like, Polishing his sword.
I mean,
Wait, yeah,
do,
what
are
is
you
it?
so? Do
Tenor?
you teach then?
Well, in the future, perhaps, but for now, I'm studying. I'm here researching wormwood.
Wormwood?
This is far more literal than I expected it to be.
What's wormwood?
Well, you see, I walk over to the nearest tree. You see how this wood has little waves in it? They call it that way. They named it after worms, you see. You know, in the olden times, and I go off on this spiel about.
So, I'm sorry, you study trees?
That's an
Oh, I study everything. You
In
see,
the meantime,
anything I
I'm
can.
looking for something to wrap up my body to stop the bleeding.
You're over
Okay.
pulling off some of the clothing.
Oh,
Chuck it
you're
in.
hurt? I'll heal you.
Oh, thank you.
I start digging up the roots of a tree. As you can see.
Roll a nature check.
You get a
Two of
life
you.
point.
What's that?
Roll a nature check.
I'll take it.
What is a?
Just
Roll a
roll a
d20.
20 and add your nature modifier.
Is that a
I don't know nothing about it.
nature? Okay, 14.
Okay. Anybody else want
What's going on?
to roll a nature check?
I will
Sure.
roll a nature check.
Ooh,
Okay.
nature checks are right up
20,
my alley.
bitch.
No.
Ooh,
Not
natural
that-
20.
Okay.
18. 10 plus 8.
As you're describing these trees, first he's looking at you like you're full of shit, and as he's tying off these things, he's like, "That's an oak tree."
And I'm not the smartest either.
With a nature check and a natural 20, you knew that one.
I mean, it could be a special oak tree, right? I mean, there was a worm next to it, so maybe the worms lived under
That's how you
the
make.
tree.
Nope, just the.
I take a step back. Oak? Are you certain?
Absolutely.
You
Huh.
sure you're gonna be a teacher? Where
Well,
are you from?
Pop again. I pull up my notes, start crossing things out.
Nice.
See those acorns that are all around it?
See
Pretty.
the mistletoe right there?
So where are you from exactly?
I don't know if we ever decided that, did we?
I didn't decide because I don't really know the
He
locations in the
will,
world.
he will tell you in a minute.
Yeah. Okay.
Hold
I am from a place.
From
a place
somewhere.
that has a really good name.
So soon we'll both learn.
Good name.
Some-
It has such a great name. I will tell you once I figure it out. Actually. That's the this one.
Want some candy to help cool down the caffeine?
Oh, you want more?
Just sugar.
Yeah, we've got some wood.
But like
Oh,
my whole
shame.
body feels shaky.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Like you're literally shaking. Yeah. She's laughing.
It's
I'll
fine.
find it.
It's
for you.
fine.
Okay. Thank you.
Probably,
Keep
probably
going.
not.
I'm from somewhere interesting.
So are you like a wizard?
A warlock, actually.
What's that?
Come down and tell me. It's cool.
Well, it's like a wizard, but specialized towards war,
War?
as far as I can tell.
I don't
We know
think that sounds right.
Yeah. You guys have experienced
Ran into
warlocks
that warlock
before.
or two.
That doesn't sound right.
No, I'm fairly sure it is. Most of my spells have to do with fighting, I think.
Well,
Are you new to this?
Well, I wouldn't say new, but
you
not.
you didn't happen to be like a town guard or anything, and right?
Nice.
Well, I went looking for a group in a
Nice.
bar, but I just couldn't find anybody. So Forrest had to do.
Whoa, back up. You went looking for a group in a bar?
Well, yeah, you've got to have students and fellow studs, fellow studs.
Not gonna lie, I feel like finding people in the bar to teach is probably not the
Yeah.
best choice.
You usually find people in the bar for like jobs or cults or
Or a good fight.
yeah, fight.
Mercenaries.
That's your city name. Selgaunt.
Selgaunt.
It
I'm
is
from
on, the,
Selgaunt.
it is on the south shore. You've heard of Selgaunt before.
From
It's on
Selgaunt.
It's on the south shore, south of the Dale Lands.
Class of 24.
Straight north.
Classes.
It's quite a ways north from where you're from, but across the.
Okay, so
The
not where I
no,
was.
it's the other way. It's across the Sea of Fallen Stars is the massive sea. One of the arms that comes across your town is on the bottom of this. It would be straight across that chunk of the ocean up, and then straight north of where he is from is across quite a distance is the forest that you guys are heading to. So obviously he's been pushed out.
Remind me the name of that city I was taking to after all that.
Where's that?
So I stop confusing.
You're like running from fire, right?
Am I running from fire?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, I am.
You were taken to Fort
Push me
Aaron.
out of the boat.
Sorry, Fort what?
Aaron.
Yeah, they pushed me out of the bar.
So you were taken to Fort Aaron, A-R-R-A-N, Fort Aaron, and then you were smuggled out of there.
Yes, running from fire. It's tragic, really. I was out there studying fire.
The whole
Fire
The whole
burns.
region is
It's hot.
The whole region is big.
I lost half my notes that way.
Yep, you've had weird fissures that have opened up. You have almost like volcanoes that have sprouted up around this whole area. Crops that are dying. There's a lot going on out of this area. So, your town, where you were at along that coastline, is, as you were fleeing from there, the entire coastline where your town is, Serloon, Darloon, there's like 3 or 4 towns right along that same area where basically the entire earth had a fissure that erupted and the entire thing shifted into the sea. The 3 cities, yours included, were gone.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
You are
Fire
definitely,
and
So
water.
you no
you
longer
definitely
have a
have
home
been
town.
And ours.
fleeing to get the hell away from the destruction out here.
Well, good news, we're gonna go stop it.
Trying to drown away your sorrows.
Yeah.
Speaking of the bar,
Little too much water.
so yes, that's where you're from.
You didn't happen to see any like weird cubey things while you were up there, did you?
Well,
QB thing.
Ugh,
I mean, in the bar, people roll dice.
totally misheard that one. I was like,
Not again.
what? Well, that's why I was like,
Touch his thing.
Dice have always been very strange to me, I suppose.
Yeah, no, I don't think it would be good for rolling.
Oh, no.
Probably not. Probably not. Anyway, we're going that way. Anything weird you could tell us about? Give us a heads up on.
Well, my whole is that in the right direction? My whole town coming up and falling to the ocean.
they're heading straight towards. You guys tell them where you're headed to the.
Hell, we're headed to the magical forest of elves.
Oh, magical elves, you say?
You definitely, from where you are, would know kind of where they're headed. As they mentioned where they're headed to.
What is it?
Myth
Mythdronal.
So Cormanther is this
Ooh, why are you here?
massive,
Go away.
massive
You
forest
can have
that
it.
is an elven kingdom. Your area is south of that. You definitely would have known Cormanther Forest. As you fled, you would have noticed that the destruction, everything that hit all around, hasn't touched the forest. Everything around it, there's these fissures, volcanoes, things are erupting, things being wiped away. On fire, there's fields that have just boiled up with flames and lava out of nowhere that have never been there before. But the forest, this massive ancient forest, it's all around it, not hitting the forest.
Okay. Yeah. Well, strange might be a bit of an understatement. Yeah, if you
would
keep
have noticed the same thing.
if you keep heading in that direction, you're going to find spontaneous volcanoes, fires, floods. It's ridiculous. I have no idea where it came from. I would have stayed and studied, but I just didn't have the supplies to stay. Nobody would stay there and supply me. But you know the strangest part? The strangest part is these forests. This forest is completely untouched, and I would have gone and studied it, but the permits are ridiculous.
The permits!
The permits.
Right up
Well,
on
that
the
sounds
edge.
like exactly where we're supposed to go.
Just as, like,
Wait, you have the
glacier
permits?
So you're-
Yeah, you see those emissary people over there?
Let's
The
take a look.
tired looking ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're on.
They're the permits.
Yeah, they're the permits.
I don't suppose you could use one more. I've always wanted to study this forest, and now that it won't be touched by fire, I have to know.
I mean, I don't know how long we're gonna be there, right?
It's just the frozen north is where you're
Yeah,
right up close to it.
6. How many emissaries
Well,
are
it makes
there?
sense because I'm mountain
5.
born.
And then there's Amara,
Don't
so
suffer
6.
penalties for being a-
Whitehorn is basically
Yeah,
the
I might be.
closest
That might be a max.
settlement.
Oh, it's fine. I'll walk.
I don't think you will be able to make it
Oh,
before
I'm not
it's
actually
over.
from like.
There you go.
I'm
Keep
not-
up with us.
That was, so this is where
Unless we
you're
all
from.
walk.
You could tell where from.
Well, that's not going to happen
The
because
mountains
everything's
are-
going to be gone by the time we walk.
North of Whitewater.
Between,
Well, I could jump real high.
between the north.
Yeah, so there's
I'll keep that in mind.
tortured land is the kind of this valley between. That's the place where the tortured land.
How fast do you travel with walk? It's like 1,000 feet a second.
800 feet. No, sorry, 300 feet
Every 6 seconds.
every 6 seconds.
So you would
10
go
willing
south.
creatures. So
Yeah.
Dragon's Point.
1,
is in
2,
the desert
3,
maybe
mountains
4.
until we're
Yeah,
to
so
the
we're at
wind
10 right now.
out, heading
Unless
out
two of the
and
emissaries
running
can just
into these
teleport there.
guys.
But
So where it is.
Oh,
There
I
it
mean,
is,
I'm
okay.
pretty sure there's a reason
So
we're taking
here's
them.
the edge is where they came from.
Okay.
So they're
Well,
actually from here,
walking.
to here.
So they flew east.
Across.
2 days.
You guys are
We cut
kind
off
of
2 days
in
and
this
we
area right now.
So
So they're trying
I feel like the emissaries won't be too happy about
to
that.
get to they're heading
Well, to
towards
the
this.
forest.
So they're coming here.
But
You
then
run into the
next year
battle
we'll
right in
be
here. So that was full travel, and then you got quite a ways. You're up 2 days.
How fast
You're up
is
2
your
days west.
whatever?
Wind walk.
The wind walking?
300 feet every 6 seconds. For 8 hours.
You missed. Yep.
Well, I can fly.
Well,
I don't know if I'm nearly as fast as you guys, but you know, you wouldn't have to make me levitate or anything.
well, I'll go. Can I wave the emissaries over and be like,
Yeah. They'll come over and
I fly at 60 feet per, I guess, attack unit. So I don't know what that translates to.
that's 6 seconds. So
Okay.
60 for 6 seconds.
So not quick.
So you guys like
So this is how much I have on me now.
you
And
guys
then that's how much I can
know
carry.
yeah,
altogether.
you guys like know how to get into the forest, right?
And I'll pick up another big one.
they all are kind of like, well, we know that none of us have been there, but
Oh,
we've all been told basically to go.
oh, so you've all been summoned, basically.
When we get there, we will be able to go in. I'm not sure if the rest of you will be able to accompany us.
just kind of dropping them off, then going to look for the cube.
Yeah, I get the feeling that only like elves can go in.
They're like, pretty much, unless
I wonder if I can go.
Unless you have a permit, like
Unless
I
you're-
said, and they're ridiculous Jedi again. The elves never have an audience with me.
And as you're saying that there's a group of 6 very wizened, and as you see these, they're all elves, but they're all slightly different race. You see a drow, a pallid elf, a couple that look a little bit different. One that looks almost like she has scales that shimmer. She looks towards you as a sea elf. It's a pallid sea elf, a ladrin, a drow, and then a wood elf. But Mara steps forward and says, "Are we heading that way soon?"
Yeah, but we just have new friends that want to come with us, and I only have room for 10 on my fly spell.
Okay.
We were wondering if any of you had like a teleport to get there or anything.
They kind of look at
Can't
each
do that
other.
unless we've seen it, right?
Don't know.
One of them, actually the sea elf, she steps forward and says, if you can get his motions to Gilreth, the Eladrin, says if you can get her there, once she knows where she's at, she can come back and get us. If you need to go, we need to get some people there. So we can. So basically, what she's saying is, you could get there. One of the other elves, once they've seen where they're at and where they could get
Teleport
back to her and get her back.
How much farther of a fly is it? Do we know?
You're well. You kind of ask him, and these two have both come from that way. The closest town to where you think is kind of on the edges is still at least 2 days out. They've been
So that would be
on the
like-
road for 2 full days.
And we were about 2 days worth of walking with our 8 hours of
Yes,
the
so another full flight would get you really close, you think?
If we run you guys, could you guys maybe show us the way to that town?
Gladly.
Sure can.
Yeah, they've both been through there.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's a good idea. We'll bring these 2. We'll leave 2 emissaries behind, where we know it's kind of safe. And then
Amara
I'm
steps
sorry,
back.
I don't know. There was a giant worm. Is it really safe?
Well, it's dead now.
Well,
Maybe
Well,
we-
actually, if you use the holes, you could have your own shelter. They're structured in such a way that I'm sure that they won't collapse. Plus, if you want food, the only part that's poison is the stinger.
I mean, it kind of collapsed and I fell in, so I don't know if I trust that opinion.
Well,
And
he's a doctor.
I mean,
Future
I'm just saying
doctor.
maybe instead of
Future
two,
tenured professor.
I don't
He's
believe
a
that either.
professor.
Maybe if we leave more than two,
Maybe all of them.
maybe
Except
at
for
least 3 or 4 of them
They're like,
to defend each other.
2 would be plenty. Any more than that, coming back and going again
Okay.
might be a little too strenuous.
Maybe-
And they're all like,
I'll kind
The
of.
worms are
powers
very
not quite
territorial.
where
I doubt
they
that there's
should
more
be,
in this
but
region.
Yeah, but now this one's dead. I will look at Amara. Just you're in better shape than some
She's
of the
already
others.
stepped back over
Oh.
off to the edge, and she's like, "I'll wait with whoever."
Okay.
Yeah,
She's
she
the one
ain't
who's
messing
more
around.
of like
Yeah.
the fighter guard
Oh,
one,
yeah.
yes? Okay, because like, that's what I thought she was on the boat, but I can't remember.
She was basically huddling the others behind her while you guys were beating the hell out of these worms, kind of making sure there wasn't another one or something else coming.
Alright.
Yeah, she's awesome.
Cool.
Jason has a crush on her. The ball has a crush on her.
Okay, well, who's staying with Amara? Do any of the other people volunteer?
The sea elf that spoke up, she walks over and says,
Okay.
"We'll wait here."
How do you guys feel about heights?
fine.
Love heights. From there, you can see so much more.
From the mountains. So.
At the speed we're going, you're not going to be able to see a whole lot.
Yeah, just don't slow down. You're leading, so don't get lost.
I'm leading.
Yeah.
We could use it as your tickets to the city.
Oh yeah, of
So
course.
you're- yeah,
Yes.
you're leading.
This
Yeah,
is
so-
gonna be a trip for you.
Yeah, seen it from a different
For you,
perspective.
yeah, you haven't seen what she's about to do to you.
Okay.
So, big man, what's your story?
Just I had to move with all of the recent element, or the climate changes and volcanoes, and moved us south of where we were. We were in the mountains just north of Whitehorn.
I don't know that any of you would even know where Whitehorn is.
But right along the north border of the glaciers. And with all of this, it moved us south and ended up meeting with all these caravans along the way. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Not much to it.
Everyone's slowly turning into mist as we're all talking because I just cast it.
Did either of you happen to pass through El Boulder on your way through?
No, that's much further south.
That's what I was. It was a hope.
So the Whitehorn's way where he describes, and you kind
Way
of
north.
way north, up by the frozen
I was
lands.
just
that
hoping
go
someone had
into-
detoured. Oh well.
Yeah.
So turning to mist.
Yep.
Slowly turning into a cloud.
So as you're like, well, you start looking down, you see your form starting to kind of shift a little bit. Anything else that you're going to tell him about what you're just?
I was to say, are you going to prepare
As
those?
we're like,
As I'm turning
You're
into
like,
mist, I pop my notes back into my little pocket dimension. I go, oh, fascinating! I love this
Oh
story.
yeah. So you're gonna be a cloud for about 8 hours. So just go as fast as you can in the direction of the place.
Should I be worried about losing an arm?
I don't know.
As it starts.
Oh.
The last thing she gets out is, "You're not going to be able to talk." Huh? And
Wait,
you
can we
all-
not talk?
Nope.
No, you have zero communication.
Oh.
You all, a mist form.
Fate worse than death.
As you kind of, it's weird. You
Oh,
kind
no.
of look around and you can see other forms, and you're like, "This is weird."
Well, it's easy for me because I just grunt usually, so
Okay, so you all
just do hand gestures. And
up and east.
My head.
Okay, I want the two of you roll a. Let's do a intelligence.
Uh-oh.
Just a check, not as.
Oh boy.
18.
16.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
No
Twice.
I'm -1 for intelligence.
Both good rolls. Okay.
And 17.
As you, the first two, one's kind of like zoom, 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 and he starts going. The other one's like, ooh, and you both start going. Well, all the emissaries are like in line. They know the gist of where they're going, so they're right along the same with you. You know, full 8 hours.
I guess however long it takes to get to the city.
Yeah.
Okay. As you take off, it is now dark. This whole thing occurred just as the sun was going down. So you, as you get going off in the distance after about the first hour, you notice way off in the distance a slight glow just on the horizon, like just catching as the curvature of the earth goes off, it's slightly glowing, like reflecting off the atmosphere as it's coming way out there. You see, again, as you're cruising along, lines of people flowing out of different areas. As you pass a road that goes off, there's people coming out of there with torches on their caravans of people coming out. As you go the full 8 hours, just at getting close to dawn, the sun is starting to come up, it's starting to get lighter as you start approaching. As you come down and getting closer to the ground, you notice that it's not only covered in ash and things around here, but there are massive amounts of structures that, as you come into this town, and you guys are like, yeah, it's the right town, doesn't look like this before. When you guys came through, it was starting to be covered with ash and things, and the destruction was there, but the city looks like it's been torn right through the middle. There's a massive fissure that's come up. Buildings are toppled. There's a couple of campfires around, but as you start to come down and land, as you hit the ground and everybody comes back to shape, you're like, you puke on the ground. Braley, what's up, buddy? Thanks for jumping in, man. You guys just killed a massive worm, wherever it is. Right here. They just took on this bad boy. Yeah, oh, there it is. Yeah, there you go. See him right there? That guy. And killed it. Now they're flying, so. Congrats to your boy from his graduation today. Glad they got to do it. As you land in this small town, you guys are like, this looks like the right town. The town is called Tilverton. You guys picked the name up as you came through. Tilverton is at a crossroads of several different areas that come in. From here, as you land, the emissaries immediately kind of glance, and there's 3 roads, one that goes to the north, one that goes slightly to the east and up into what looks like a very large, just as it's getting light, it's a large, almost like 2 mountain ranges that kind of go off, and then the sight line disappears as this road disappears into somewhere, and then one that goes straight to the south. They immediately start walking towards the east, right towards, they're like, it's this way. So the town is torn up. There's still people making their way through. As you land, there's a few cook fires that are just, you hear some people putting out cook fires and starting to pack their stuff up. Looks like probably starting to beat feet out of here. You're not to the forest yet, but you can definitely tell that as this one that goes to the east where these hills and things rise, looks like there was some forests that have all been, actually make a perception check for all of you. That it didn't rain on you.
Natural 20.
22.
Unnatural.
Rolls, baby.
60.
All the rolls.
28.
Take them. I didn't get them
There it
last
is.
time.
Okay.
I was getting like 1s and 2s last time.
You notice that where they start walking to, there's a lot of tracks in the ash that's still falling. To the south and to the north, you see glowing off over these hills. but not to the east. It is pitch black that goes up into this canyon that's heading east. So as you kind of glance around, the ashes and things that are coming, the wind is picking up, and the smell that hits you as you're stepping into this town when you land, very strong sulfur and burnt. You can smell, well, it smells like walk through a forest fire. Where they're walking along these ridges, you can see that there's all of the trees have been broken and ripped sideways, like something came through across from south to north and has leveled large swaths of trees as they start walking east.
Does it look like the trail I followed to Waterdeep?
No, a little different. It's a good question. A little bit different.
Okay.
So it's sun's just coming up. You've been at it for 9-ish hours. Still got a little bit of time before you're going to need to take a rest. So they're walking east.
Yeah, just go with me.
Okay. As they continue east through, it takes you a good another almost 2 hours of walking from this town east until you start seeing signs of live trees. And as you round through, as you step through this, what looks like there was a river somebody came through at one time. You can see the natural windings as you're walking through, and as you round the next corner, you catch just a glimpse of, especially you, glimpse, and you kind of look as you walk past, and something about the rock looks like it's been kind of shaped. So you're like, huh. Okay, you keep walking. The emissaries are leading you guys through this trail. You round the corner, the first of them. As they step around the corner, all of a sudden there's more trees. More trees, and you're like, oh, the air feels a little bit better. The smell, everything about this place as you're walking into, you're like, ah, the ash, for whatever reason, doesn't seem to be hitting in here as much. It's like you've walked out of the 3 inches or so of ash as you're walking and burnt everything to, now you look down and you can actually see the dirt underneath your feet. As you round a final curve, you come face to face with a large number of elven individuals at each of you.
Oh, not this again.
We have permits.
The emissaries turn towards you.
I got 2 of these suckers.
I got 3
You
actually.
pull them out.
I was just
You're
reading
gonna
what I
pull
was
you're
carrying.
gonna pull your axe out. You said you already did.
Yeah.
Okay. Steps around the corner. As you do, as you step forward, right by you a tree, all of a sudden you see, and then another, out of the trees. Spears are pointed right at your head as you're like. You hear a voice from deeper in.
The axe away.
Some of you
In common?
in
Speaking of-
Elven.
Okay.
Some of whom can understand Elven.
Not me.
Not me.
So what you guys hear is a voice, very lyrical, as it's speaking. It's like calming to you as you're like, wow, beautiful. In Elvish, you all understand. Some of you have been summoned here. The rest of you have not. What is the business of the rest of you?
What are they saying?
I walk forward and move my hood. And then just say,
A couple of them, they're trained on you, and as you pull your head back, they kind of shift to the others.
gotcha.
Are any aimed at me?
Mm-hmm. Every one of you guys. You walk forward and pulls down and see the elven features as he steps into the light of the trees right in front of a very large elven man. There's several of them that have stepped out of the trees. Beautiful ornate armor with large curls, large some of them have very beautifully ornate helmets large tassels that run up and dangle off the backside as they step out. The one that's speaking steps out from behind. He steps forward and looks at each of you and
We're here to help save the rest of the lane by finding our last cube.
he kind of looks at you. The emissaries also step forward and they're like, "You're right, we have been summoned. These friends of ours helped us get here.
Yeah,
Please."
we kind of were just commissioned to get them here. And we're here to help if we can.
He looks towards you, and as he steps forward, you see he's got very sharp features, even for an elf. Very sharp features. He looks towards you and
Nervous poof.
and as it, even you notice very briefly, just one eye is kind of like very slightly seeing her. And he looks past and then speaks in common to each of you. Says, "Those of our blood are welcome here. There are protections upon our land that will do more harm to the rest of you. However, if what they say is true, then we will offer what assistance we can."
Did you guys
He
answer
looks.
them?
He kind of looks at you.
Oh.
And he doesn't even look at you, but you hear in your head. Nobody else hears it. It's a very good choice. In your head, nobody else hears it.
Okay.
And as you put your axe back and kind of take a breath, you look for where those spears were, and they're gone. You're like, yeah, this is totally foreign to you.
My tail is
Completely
like
foreign.
wrapped around my
Yeah.
leg nervously.
Okay. Looks like you've traveled far. Please. And he points to the side, and now as you guys kind of glance over, there's a small rivulet that runs through, and a very small, almost looks like a campsite that's set. It says, "With the exception of the two that are with your party and those here, you're welcome to stay there while we discuss what you need." One of the emissaries, Torfina, walks forward. The drow, her head is down to the ground as she's walking towards this person, and she speaks very, she never looks at him. She's very, but she speaks out in Elvish. Says, "We left two of ours behind. We need to get them." Doesn't look at him. And he kind of looks towards her and nods. He looks towards his right, and you see two others that step out of the woods. They're not armored. Two females step forward, very beautiful garments flowing behind them, green, emerald. When you see this, and it reminds you a lot of home, but to an extreme, then you are like, this is even extreme for you, to how elven everything about them is. Everything in their fiber, everything about the way they move. You guys have seen elves before. These guys are even like way to that stereotype almost. Two of them step forward and bow their heads and walk towards one of the emissaries, and they start speaking quietly to these two females. Please tell your friends to wait here. And he turns and walks back into the trees. As he turns and walks past the row of guards behind the trees, you're like, where the hell did he go? It's just into the tree.
I just.
He's like,
So all of that was still Elvin.
oh yeah.
Okay.
Well, apparently me and Apollo can go, but the rest of you have to stay at the campsite.
Alright, well, have fun.
Okay. I don't know about this. This guy seems really scary. Really fancy. Think I should put on different clothes?
No.
You think I'd be okay?
Well,
Paula,
don't.
what do you think?
I think you guys should rest while we're gone. Maybe open up your little hut or your large castle.
Oh, yeah, your castle.
Oh yeah, my high castle.
Oh, like you
Maybe
guys
just
going without
outside
us.
of the forest, though.
I don't think we really
Yeah.
have
You don't
much
wanna-
of
It's a good thing we
there.
brought the permits. But yeah, our kind isn't really welcome here. So.
Maybe don't break anything.
I wouldn't think of it.
Yeah, don't touch the trees or anything, I guess.
One of the females
Okay.
that had stepped out, she overhears you guys kind of bantering, and in your head, as you say, our kind aren't welcome. You're kind of shitty. You hear in your head, it's not that you're not welcome. The forest itself is protected from us. There's things bigger than us here. They're protecting what needs to be protected. That's what you hear in your head. Basically, just trying to tell you, like, it's not that we don't like others.
Yeah.
But she
The forest
caught
says no.
a little bit of shittiness in your tone, so she's
Yeah.
like trying to be kind, and
The forest says no.
the forest is
Well,
like, no.
We'll just be on the outskirts, yeah?
If you need anything, send me a message, okay? If you guys are dying.
Yeah, we'll do.
Okay.
If you die, talk to me. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
come
I'm
on,
just,
haunt me.
yeah, I just turn around and start walking towards the tree line. In Zemnia, I'm just like, oh yeah, the forest has a preference. Yeah, the forest has a preference for the elves, but not for the rest of us. Okay.
What is he talking about? I don't know.
I don't know. Michaela's just
Think anybody
I
else?
knew trees were sentient. I knew it. And I go over to the nearest one and I start staring at it.
Oh
Like,
no.
You, as you're staring, kind of sitting there, you all of a sudden get a feeling that it is staring right back at you. You don't see the eyes, but you're like, ooh, yep.
Keep my eyes open as long as I can.
Staring contest with a tree. Good
Yep,
luck.
yep, thank you.
Alright. Apollo, will you hold my hand?
my tail is just
Okay.
twitching, real nervous.
Okay.
I'll take Paul's hand because I'm terrified and I'll go with him.
Where's the food?
Don't you worry, friend. I've got plenty of food for us.
Fantastic.
Yep.
You see as you step through, leaving your friends behind, you step past these sentinels, these guards that are all standing at full attention, never wavering as you walk past. Just a faint breeze kind of moves the little tassel. They're not moving as you walk past them. They're just watching you, watching everything else from this barrier.
Before we pass out of earshot of them, I stop and I just say, they are very important to us. Please help make sure nothing happens to them. In Elvish, of course.
Okay.
I just kind of watch those two for as long as I can, just like flicking my tail
Like a
nervously.
little cat. Where are my friends going?
Just like, really, okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Just really
Exactly.
It's just like anxiety twitching and just like, be okay.
As the two of you step through, you're holding Ava's hand as you step through. It's almost like you have a catch in your breath as you step through, and then you can take the deepest, most refreshing, calm breath that you have felt forever.
Probably since I've been home.
Yes, and definitely before you died.
Right.
It's almost like the life essence that you, it's something that's been missing from your soul. It's like it sparks
It's there.
as you're like,
And I just randomly say in Elvish, she would have loved it here. Oh. I'll tell you later.
Okay.
as you step through, there's the two females had stepped through with the emissaries, and you see that they're just a few feet off to the side, walking with you, kind of still discussing. As you start walking, you kind of glance over through the trees, and you can almost get the same feeling that before everything is knows you're here. It's watching you. It can, as you walk through, kind of as you two are talking, You notice that nothing is like touching you, even though it's thick forest.
Just kind of
As you
moving
as you kind of look up and you walk through, you kind of get everything's kind of allowing you to walk through, and then as you look behind you, that kind of disappears behind you as you walk through.
I'm pretty sure, like, my mom told me stories about this place when I was little. I don't know if it was this exact place, but she definitely told me stories about magic trees.
Okay. The two of you get some distance in. It's hard to gauge how far in where you are. As you come to a small clearing that opens up, and you can see that the man that was talking to you is standing by a table that has plates and things set up. As you step into this clearing, there's what looks like horses, you think, kind of off in the trees, and there's like almost like a banquet set up here. And these people are talking, and he waves to the two females that walk over, and they have a brief discussion as you guys are taking this all in. There's about 40-ish people in here in this opening, talking kind of. They look towards you, and their curiosity's piqued for a moment, but then they turn back and continue discussing amongst themselves. You see the two females and the emissaries all gather in one corner, and they walk just a short distance off, and you see them all.
I guess they're going back to get their others, right?
As you guys, this is what you're seeing. As you
So is it just like a banquet table and then clearing in the trees?
It looks like a table, but as you get a little closer, it almost looks like the roots themselves have kind of popped up. And then there's been a blanket or a cloth set over these with beautiful plates and things. They're set with fruit and different things along there. And there's these group of armed individuals all standing. See someone holding their helmets under their arms, looking, eating as they're just discussing amongst themselves.
No, I'm just curious. As a Holland one, I still have to eat, right?
Yes.
Okay. I was gonna say, I'm not reading anything otherwise. So.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you think we should, like, go sit down, or do you think we should just stand here awkwardly?
Awkwardly? I think we just stand here for a minute until we get.
What's it gonna be
direction.
awkward?
Right. As I'm awkwardly just standing there.
What do you mean awkward?
Okay.
Alright.
I'll kind of just stretch my wings a little, look around.
As you
Hold
do,
it in really
as you
tight.
kind of flex your wings and bring them back in, you notice several heads turn towards you.
I kind of hide behind Apollo and be like, ah.
So, as you two are there, I'm going to go to you guys. So you see your friends, you grab Ava's hand and they look back towards you and kind of nod. You hear him say something in Elvish, and then they disappear behind this wall of sentries that just kind of do the, you step through and then come back together, shoulder to shoulder.
Unfortunately, I missed that in my staring contest with the tree.
You're still staring at a tree.
Upon losing my staring contest, frustratedly, I pull out a piece of paper and start writing a letter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will cast Sending to Apollo
Okay.
and say, take care of yourselves. Be careful. You always are. Watch out for it.
Jumped into
Will
a
I-
hole after the worm.
He's fine.
We'll be at the tree line.
Do I get the message?
What you get, you hear, but you as you're like, it's okay, we're not awkward. You hear kind of, it takes you a second, you turn, almost like you caught a voice on the wind. It's like a, you're like, David, did you hear it? It sounded like Dieter. Huh. But it just, you don't catch it.
I was curious.
You caught, it's like,
I knew something possibly happened, but would I get that he probably tried to send me a message from our experience of him doing so?
yeah, I'd say with the many times that this has happened, you're like, almost sounded like he was trying to say something to me. did you hear me? I asked her, like, did you hear that? And she's like,
So, and because I like Ava, I would have tried to send one to her too. Same gist.
you would have had, so yeah, you're like, did you hear that? And she's like, yeah, what the hell? Like, between the two of you, it almost, you get the gist just with the, like, basically almost, you catch just the, be careful.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, did you think so?
And we knew it was his voice.
Yeah, I
Pretty
mean,
much.
between the two of you, you're like, is
Yeah.
that deer? Like, almost like you could hear it off in the distance, somebody yelling at you, but then in the wind, you're like, the hell was that? It's weird.
They're probably fine, right? They don't need anything.
Fine.
They'll be
Right.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, staring at the contest stops. He angrily starts writing a letter. What the rest of you guys do?
I would have kind of just anxiously like paced for a second after watching them go. And then knowing I couldn't do anything, just kind of begrudgingly walk over to the campsite.
Okay.
Getting some food out.
Okay.
Getting ready to eat.
You bust out your rations.
Yep.
Okay. You sit down and pull your rations out, and as you start going through your pack, you guys all kind of sit around. There's a legit campfire ring set up here that is
Okay.
has stones that are like perfectly placed.
Is there a fire lit?
Not yet.
Okay, I was gonna say if I get close to it.
Maybe. If it's natural.
I was gonna say, that's what I was asking.
So, as you sit down and you begin to pull out your rations, you notice sitting just on the other side of the fire, there's some other little small bags that are placed around.
Oh, that packed you guys a lunch.
We're going to inspect them.
First one you pull open, and there looks to be some sort of bread. As you pull it open, there's several in there.
Please tell me it's all vegan food.
Don't know.
Those aren't
Second
I'm
one you dig
gonna-
through.
Yes, they are.
Second one you dig through, there's cantaloupe,
Yeah.
cherries, bunch of fruit.
Yeah.
You're like,
Yes.
Pretty much.
So the next one, you pull it open, there's something in there, not quite sure what the hell it is, and you're like, not sure what it is.
I put it in my mouth. That's what I do.
You take a bite of it, and the texture is almost like, it's almost like watermelon texture, that grainy, I hate
Stringy.
watermelon.
Say.
I hate the texture of it.
Love watermelon.
So you're like, but the texture, you're like, oh, the flavor is like a beautifully crafted steak.
Yes.
You're like, oh.
Stick.
They're bougie tofu, that's what that is.
Yeah, what it looks like, they're almost like small loaves of bread, but it doesn't look like bread. It is a dark brown color, almost like a steak should look. So, but you're like,
Imitation meat.
not sure if it's
A
like
loaf of meat.
not yeah. Well, you're
A
not
meat
sure if
loaf.
it's like a root or what it is, but you're like, you see him bite it and his eyes go big and he's like,
It's that good, huh?
Oh yeah. Never had it before. This is fantastic. Just
Let's
keep.
try one.
okay, because you grab a hold of it and take a bite. And what you get, same texture, like that grainy, gritty, weird ass texture, but it tastes almost like a home cooked stew that your mother would make. You're like, what the hell? Like, oh.
Yeah, you're right. This is good stuff.
Seeing them like get all weird about it, I'll kind of go over and pick up a piece and
Okay.
try it.
As you throw it in your mouth and start chewing on it. Weird texture. So the texture thing is like trippy as hell, but the flavor and even when you swallow it, it's like you've eaten just what is in your head.
Wow.
You get from you it's almost like a rotisserie chicken that your mother would have cooked as a child. It's trippy as hell in your head. You're like, you take a chomp of it and it's almost takes you back to seeing something cooked over the fire.
Reminiscent.
Yep.
Interesting.
It's a weird texture. You see their
There
eyes all
too.
getting big as they're hammering these things.
How many
So-
of these are there?
Yeah, as you look back, looked like there was probably 10 or 15 of them. As you're hammering them, there's still 10 or 15 of them.
I'm taking this bag with me.
Yeah.
How much
It-
does this bag weigh? I'm gonna carry it.
Can certainly try.
Okay.
Yeah.
So pick it up.
He's like,
Oh,
this is my bag. Get away.
well, I'm gonna share, but I'll just carry it because I can carry
The
it.
2 bags of fruit
Alright.
and stuff are sitting on the floor.
He's like,
Well, I was,
"Shall
yeah. So I finished my letter, right, and I walk over to the 2 on the floor. When I find the bread, I go, guys, Elvish bread. You can subsist for like a week on a bite of this stuff. I take one bite.
Take a bite. It's dry. It's like eating
Have at it.
It's like eating a saltine cracker.
It's just as I would have imagined it, and I put the rest away. Don't want to indulge too much.
Yeah. You like,
Does
There's, like,
all
a
of
whole
your
load.
knowledge just kind of come from rumors? Just out of curiosity.
Rumors, more like
Here, try
books
one of these.
and knowledge and experience.
Nice.
this is good.
Knowledge. Yeah.
I'll have you know that in my hometown of Sagalt, I was in line. I was in line to be a tenured professor before it all fell into the ocean.
Not gonna lie, it kind of concerns me.
Oof, that's
Being in the presence of somebody with such vast intelligence, I can imagine.
No,
That's
not
not
if you
funny.
were in line to be a tenured professor, what the rest of the professors were like.
Daft. When they turned me down for tenure, they proved that.
Well, seeing that I know what kind of tree you were looking at and you don't, and I'm not that intelligent.
Whoa. Getting shade from the
Sorry, I'm just.
Love it.
Well, it's a nice thing that I have the bread, isn't it?
You can have that bread. I have what I need.
I'm taking
Bread for
11
food for
minutes.
weeks in this bag.
I'm taking 11 minutes to cast Lehman's tiny hut
Okay.
because there's space.
What are you using as your focus?
I just got like a small crystal bead.
Okay.
Just dragging like some circles around the campsite.
Okay.
Well, let me give us some shelter and maybe less sulfury smell in the air.
As he says this, you're like, what's so free smell?
Oh, there is no sulfur here.
Nope, not
No,
since we
you
got
guys
to where there
walked
were
in
Yeah,
living
since
trees.
we walked
trees,
into
you
the
guys
trees.
walked
Yeah,
in,
once we got to living
Yeah.
the
trees.
air cleared, the everything.
Oh,
It's
that's
like,
right.
There's no ash.
Which I'm happy for. Sulfur and me. Not here.
Can't imagine what.
I imagine 10 minutes later or so before he's done with that, I'm like, still really hungry. Wonder how long that takes to kick in.
Always have another bite.
Here, have some of these. These little brown ball things that was in another bag.
Yeah.
This might fill your belly a little bit.
I
When you take a chomp, what you get is, being from where you are, where you grew up, is a very coastal fishing town. You grew up eating the finest seafood that could come out of this place. You take a chomp of this thing and it tastes like some of the best lobster you've ever eaten. You're like,
well, it certainly tastes better than the bread.
none of you guys, you're eating steak, you're eating your so you're like, yeah, it's really good steak, huh?
Yeah.
Like, no idea what the hell it tastes.
Question: is this only the bag only magical in the forest?
It's the first time you've been here, first time you've eaten magical black
Whatever.
whatever.
Because
the
I
hell
don't
these
want
are.
to lose out on it if I take it out of the forest and be so
Ooh, that's
distraught
good, yeah.
when I open the bag, hoping
There's
to see
nothing
one of
there.
these brown balls and it's
Holy
empty.
watermelon.
Right? You're like,
So I take a moment out of my pocket dimension, take out my notes, and I'm like, this bread will come far more in handy in emergency. Food for weeks. And I pop it in.
so, what do you carry in there? Your pocket dimension.
It just like books, and, like just a notebook basically, and a pen.
You go to reach for your thing and you're like, you can't connect to your pocket dimension.
I get distressed. How am I going to take notes? How am I going to remember?
You had the other book out. You were writing your notes in.
Letters. I have like parchment.
Yes.
I don't have like my notebook, just like parchment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do
Okay.
you remember with your brain?
Just get
I
straight
can
from
remember with my brain, but my students, how are they supposed to learn and read from me? Oh, this is.
Fear for your students.
Did they go with your hometown into the depths of the sea?
What?
Your students?
Well, you know, if I had students, they would have.
All my future students, yes.
My future students, they did.
Oh,
So
That's
you have no
awfully
future
tragic.
students.
No, I'm still a future tenured professor. There are other cities in this world.
Dieter, as you're
Yeah.
tracing this, about 2/3 of the way in, you notice that the marks that you've been making and the things you've been doing are, you're like, what the hell? You're struggling to make the connection. You get through the 11 minutes, and as you make the last mark to cast whatever it is in your mind as you're getting ready to do this, you feel the energy pulse out to get ready to cast this, and
It's
you're unable to cast your hut.
Oh. I'll try casting Mage Hand.
Okay. You try, and it's like hand kind of comes up and then it falls apart.
I don't like it here.
Great. Well, I'm basically useless.
From what you feel as you cast, you can cast it, but as soon as it takes whatever shape the energy emits and starts the spell, whatever effect it is almost instantly dispelled.
Yeah.
You can cast, but it
Yeah,
You
it's just
can't.
a spell. Yeah.
yes.
So real quick, how much does this bag weigh with the food in it?
As you pick it up, feels like maybe 5-10 pounds at the most.
Well, I go and sit back down by the fire and I pull out my light crossbow.
Okay.
My town guard crossbow.
Were there any tents in this campsite, or is it just like a fire?
As you're thinking this, and you're like, "What the hell is that?" You turn and there's 2 tents in there. In the trees, you're like,
I want to just kind of go peek my head in one. Is there anything in it, or is it just?
yeah. As you walk up and push aside, as you move this to the side, it's the softest silk. As you you're like, oh, so now you look inside. There's beds sitting in here. Small, in the corners you see sconces that are alight, just flickering.
And they aren't going out when I'm with them? Yeah, they'll stay on.
I think we have beds.
Is there just like 2 in each tent?
Mhm.
I'm laying down.
Holding his bag of ground balls.
While I'm
Hey,
sitting,
hey, don't be eating all of them. Come on, give me a couple.
they're reappearing. You can bunk
They
with me.
reappear?
Yeah, that's what he said. They reappear.
They've never empty.
How many bags do we have?
Just one. There's one of that and a bag
That's
of
why I'm
fruit,
carrying
bag
it.
of fruit and then a bag of bread.
Just come over, I'll
Elvish
just start
bread.
scooping some out.
You could just bunk with me. And I could just toss
Yeah,
you
sounds
some.
good to me, yeah.
As you're pulling them out, you're like, there doesn't. It's
And
not,
it's-
as you
they're
grab
It's
and
like,
pull,
put 'em in my
they
pockets.
move like you grab one and pull, but they would fall in place like you think they would.
Yeah.
But as you grab more, they're still there. You're like,
Yeah. It's like put 'em in my pockets for later. Just like, oh, Ava's gonna love this.
Yeah. You gotta
you'll
feed that
load
big
yourself
body.
up with. Okay. Anything else you guys want to do before you settle down and get a rest while these guys are gone?
I would have probably taken a moment to just like see if I think in my head, just be like,
Can you hear me still?
You get. Yes, but it sounds like strained. And almost like there's a distance that's been put between you.
And the voice.
Still there, a presence feels there.
You said, all interlink, when I was hiding from the people from Fort Oran, Aaron, that, we weren't so different? How's that?
It's the. You've been hunted for much of your life, as was I. Most of it, from what I gather, is not your fault. Neither was mine.
What were you hunting for?
Let's just say a misunderstanding.
You're in my head. I'm pretty sure you can see why I am.
Can you see why you were hunting?
I don't really remember it. I just know what I heard. And then what I see in dreams. Every night.
What you get back from this entity is a... Do you want me to show you?
I mean, from what I've seen in dreams, it was pretty bad. And those are just flashes. See, I was catatonic for years after that, and I don't even remember it. What if, will showing me do that to me again?
What you get is, I'm not quite sure, but then the voice kicks in again. You get just a feeling of like, don't know, the emotion coming across, not necessarily in words. And the voice kicks in and says, I think your mind is stronger than it was.
Yeah. I want to know what I did.
Hear just kind of a sigh and says, whenever you're ready.
I have no idea how this is gonna go, so I'm gonna look for like a spot where there's no one and go kind of just like sit in some trees or something.
Okay. It's easy enough to find trees to go sit in.
Yeah.
You're in
I'll
the
just-
freaking edge of a forest.
Everything seems to be appearing that we want, so where you want to be alone, I'm sure you can
I'll
do
just
it,
kind of
so.
go a little ways away.
Okay.
Sit down.
You guys are being absolutely mesmerized by this bag of meatballs. So you're panicked in the corner.
No, I'm
trying to figure
like
out,
scratching. Like
Oh my God, I can't.
Hey,
I can't
hey,
write. I can't write.
David, have a
Hey.
meatball.
Calm down.
Calm down.
Phantom MJ.
I joined the meatball circle.
Hope you had a good day. Good dinner out. Thanks for jumping in. Got another one of my blue box people jumping in here.
Hey.
Hey.
So, you guys are just making it to edge of an elven forest. A couple of the elves in the group were able to go in. The others were not. So they're trying to figure out why the magic isn't quite working there where they're at, and then we're just about to jump into a something here.
Backstory, dog.
A little lore dump for 'em.
Flashback sequence.
So, Belladonna, as you walk a little ways off into the trees and sit down and pull your Ruin's Wake across and set it across your lap, lean back against the tree and close your eyes. It's peaceful, it's quiet, you feel just the wind come across your face. Probably the most peaceful feeling that you have felt in a very long times. Almost since you left, with everything you've gone through with these guys, everything is you sit here in this moment after what is now, in your experience with them, maybe a few months, but well over 8+ years in reality, as you sit here holding this, the Ruin's Wake across your lap. You take a deep breath and the wind coming across. First thing you catch is the smell, and it smells like some of the wood wax and things that your father would use in your home. You catch a whiff, and you haven't had that smell. You didn't really realize that it was there, but as soon as you smell it, you're instantly pulled back into your childhood. Growing up with parents, you catch glimpses of your parents seeing you, smiling, and you hear some whispering, some talking of the town folks. You hear different things about you, why you're so different. Some of these memories coming back that you haven't thought of or felt for years, of the way the other children in the town would look at you, the way they treated you. And you feel yourself starting to cry as you remember how bad it felt to be teased, to be called names by these children that lived around you. The anger is back in your heart that you felt. The sadness, the desperation of just wanting a friend. And you catch a memory of opening your eyes to somebody standing above you holding a book. As the book is handed to you, you open the book and crying, tears hit the book, and you see the first page is open, and you see a hand begin writing in the book. And as you glance back up, you can see your father hit his knees and look up at you, and the blood is pouring down his throat as he hits the ground, looking at you as he hits the ground. As you look down, the dagger's in your hand, covered in blood. As you turn, looking for the presence that you always had felt was there with you, holding on to you. There's nobody else around you as you're standing here in this moment. It fades slightly. The next picture you get is somebody walking beside you as you're walking out into the town square, and a voice slightly different than what you remember in all of your dreams, of this deep voice from this entity that you have dreamed of and had experiences with over and over. It's a more feminine voice that says, "They're next," and points as you walk towards another door, pulling the door open, seeing one of the girls that had teased you at the table writing in a book. The next thing you see is it kind of fades back. You're turning and walking, and you can see that the table is covered in blood as you turn and walk out the door, holding a dagger that is dripping as you walk. As you step out into the area looking around, you see very, very briefly your brother hiding, cowering in a corner by a building, shaking. As you walk towards him, his eyes look towards you, tears coming down his eyes as he's cowering back from you. He looks up towards you, and you hear a very faint, "I'm sorry," as your vision comes back. The next thing you remember is you feel bloody. As your eyes open, your body's bouncing along, and you can feel like you're laying in a wagon that's being pulled, and several people are sitting over the top of you. A head turns and looks down towards you and says, "Shh," pulls a blanket up over the top of you, and your vision goes out. You wake up, at least you think you're awake, as you're being carried up a flight of stone stairs around a stone structure And as you round the corner, you see the familiar sight of the walls of the monastery as you're being carried in and laid on a bed. The familiar face of your master is there, leaning over you. He brushes some hair off your head, turns to whoever's in the door and says, "We'll take care of her. Please do not tell her brother that she's here." And he looks down towards you, kind of sad look on his face, and then your vision fades. You wake up slightly in between visions of restful times of people nursing you to health, checking on you for years. You feel the long 10-ish years of you being completely catatonic, but you were there. You remember hearing people talking now that's coming back to you. People telling stories of the darkness that has risen. Issues in not only El Boulder, but you catch a glimpse of a couple of other towns that there were issues similar to yours. And then finally one of you awaken, your eyes open, and it's like you were there again when you were first awakening. You're there, sitting there, as you sit up and stiff, sore, as you reach down and look and you see your master smiling at you. Welcome. We have a long road ahead of us. I'm so glad you're awake. Come see me when you're ready. And it's the echoing of this voice is exactly what you remember him saying. It's like you're sitting there again. Then the connection's broken. As you come back, Ruin's Wake is sitting in your lap. Tears are running down your face as you're holding him. You find yourself, the breezes, the scent of the wood wax and being in your home is so strong still as you're sitting there.
Just like all over, just trembling. It was still just flashes. I could have sworn it was a masculine voice. And that goat-headed demon was that not right?
The voice in your head that you get is, he was there, but there was somebody else. I showed you everything that I could see that you never saw, but there was somebody else there.
Are you able to see how many I hurt?
This is, you get a very faint yes. Do you want to see? And the emotion coming through you is the first time you've ever felt this, almost a pity, almost like it's even this entity that is in this, that you're connected with, that your soul is now merged with, for lack of a better, is you get the gist that it feels like he's trying to protect you from your own memories.
I hear all their screams all night, every night. Sounds like a lot. I don't know if I want to see them. But could you give me a number?
As you know, your town had a little over 100 people in the town.
Yeah.
when you were found, there was only maybe 10, 15 people left. I can see their faces clearly.
I don't want to see their faces.
You get a thought in your head, just a quick picture of the book.
What about the book?
Take a look.
I'll reach into my bag and pull it out.
So last time I think you pulled this book out was a long time ago.
I checked it, I think,
Mhm.
when we were in the Avarian place.
You did.
Yeah.
You noticed that the binding that had been put on it was starting to weather and crack. And as you pull it out and pull it open, so what was the full effect that we put on that thing when you tricked up? I'm trying to remember the exact.
I don't remember. Pima and Zima sealed it immediately.
Okay. Yep, they did. And then when you last pulled it out, you noticed that the seal they had in there was starting to just
Weather.
yep, and come apart. As you pulled it out and set it on your lap, it looks about the same. You're like, and as you turn it over, one of the seals breaks. And you're like, you pull it off, and it looks like a root that it was wrapped around has broken off. It says, whoever or whatever is connected to you through that book is trying desperately to get to you.
Why did it pick me? Do you know?
I know exactly what you saw, but the vision comes back to you vividly again of your brother crouching, looking at you, and he says, "I'm sorry."
He says that.
Mm-hmm. And then it fades out. It's like,
He's 15. I know it wasn't me, but it was still me.
the emotion, it's weird, you're getting this motion from this thing that's almost like he's wrapping an arm around you.
I thought Nolan was dead. But now I know he saw it. Everything I did. How am I supposed to help him? I can't even imagine showing my face.
You get just kind of a sigh, and just let me show you one more thing.
Okay.
And as you're pulled back into this, the vision that hits you is as you turn from your brother. It's the continuation of when he's crouched saying, "I'm sorry." As you turned away from him, started walking towards another house, you catch just him saying, "I didn't mean to." it just a. I don't know. I know what you heard and I know what you saw.
I mean, it's not his fault. The kids. It's not his fault. The kids used to beat me, and it's not his fault that I didn't use it.
The gist in your head is you get just a voice and he says, sounds like we need to talk to your brother.
Yeah.
Your desperation is you're flooded with all of the happy memories of your mother, your father, loving, throwing birthday parties for you, everything that you had that was good in your life. It's basically flooding these back into you. Almost, it's the strangest thing from this thing is flooding you with these type of emotions. He says, like I said, I'll help you do what we need to with your brother.
Don't imagine me going back there is a very good idea. But if whatever that thing is that's threatening him, I guess I don't have much of a choice, huh?
So, it sounds like we know what we need to do.
Maybe after we're done here. Thank you. I guess it clears things up a little bit more.
So, put that book away.
Gladly. I'm shoving the bag of holding.
She said, nope, down as far as you can get it in the bag of holding.
Yep.
Says
And-
you take off.
I'll just stay out there for a while.
The sense of sitting in your family home, the smells, all of that slowly fade over the next 20 so minutes until all you smell is the very fresh, clean earth around you. Because it's peaceful, it's quiet. We're gonna take a quick break. And then we'll get back to where else we gotta go. So, take a quick break, we'll be right back. Because I gotta go talk to the guy about a horse.
Well,
we going back. Cool. Alright, so you're out having your trauma session.
Yep.
You guys are playing with your meatballs.
Scarf and swallowing them whole.
You guys inside the Elven, whatever this place is. You just saw the group of emissaries fade off, disappear somewhere. As you are beckoned towards the group of 30, 40-ish.
So we are back in towards that? Okay.
They turn. Come, please. Several of them step aside, and as you make your way over to it, it's a large, long banquet table set up. Please have a seat. There's much to discuss. We would hear of what is going on, why you're here. We know what we've heard from those that were traveling with you, but what is it that brings you to the forest? You say you're here to find a cube. Please enlighten us.
Yeah, so basically, hi, I'm Ava. Nice to meet all of you.
Well, the looks you're getting back, I mean, even as an elf, you know how snooty a lot of elves can be. They're not like looking down their nose at you, but they are very, very serious since they're just...
Basically, we were there when the people opened up a portal in Waterdeep in the Castle Lantern's basement, and they kind of sacrificed my sister to open the portal, I guess. And now she's keeping it closed with this like bubble. And we've found three cubes. We found 3 cubes so far, and when we put them on the portal, like the chains kind of crack. So once we get all of them, hopefully it will release her and let her, not have to hold open or closed the portal, I guess.
The main guy that you had seen come out, he's sitting at the head of the table, he raises his hand as you're explaining, he goes, we're aware of the incursion that occurred 9 human years ago. Is this your doing?
What does incursion mean?
Invasion.
Oh, I don't know about that. Our wizard has a lot to do with it.
Right under the bus, baby.
Meanwhile,
Hey.
back at the tent.
Hey, boyfriend.
Hey, open wide.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I guess the people who were
As you sneeze.
taking
Sorry.
who took over.
You get the whisper, you're like,
Man, his ears must be
here,
warm.
here, catch.
Go long.
They apparently were looking for him or for a book, and so we don't know them personally, but I'm assuming they're after us. But I've never met them before. So I guess.
He kind of points back and kind of does this to somebody. As you glance over and you see one of the emissaries come walking back in, and he says, "May we see the parchment that she brought?" She walks forward and hands the papers, the different scrolls, the ones that you had seen them bring. One that looked like almost like a tanned flesh, rolled up and tied. A couple of them that were parchment. One that looked like almost like reeds that had been smashed and scribbled on. All these different things, the ones that I sent out to you guys in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She hands those over and says, have they explained these to you?
They were read to us, and that they're in the same hand from thousands of years apart, but I kind of fail to understand them, I guess.
We have been trying to interpret. And he turns and reaches down as he pulls up a small box and sets it on the table, opens it up and pulls out 4, maybe 5 more scrolls and lays them out and kind of pulls them open. It says, we knew there was going to be an incursion sometime this millennia. We weren't sure when or how, but the words have been spread through time, and as you pointed out, they are written by the same hand. How much do you know of what lies beneath the forest?
Beneath the what?
The forest where we are.
Dirt? Is there
For
something?
the very first time, you see a very slight smile just crack his.
I'm
So,
Would I know any of the history with just my background? Or anything?
so you guys were told that one of the prophecies that was given out said something about the pillars of creation.
Oh wait, I remember that. Yeah,
So
but I do not know what those are or what that entails.
he pulls the parchment out, pulls it open. It's one that you've heard before. It says, we weren't quite sure where to look until our friends and you see the rest of the emissaries come walking in. The 2 that were left behind all come walking
Already
forward.
there,
Oh yeah.
Oh.
They come walking in and says that you helped get here. He pulls out the one that is the Elysius well. He pulls it up and reads it again. He says, we weren't sure where to look. But he says, at the convergence of the red and black, the great and terrible rift will once again sunder the lands of Saloon. The chosen of destiny will confront the Colossus and the Titan. Unless trust is honored, darkness will eclipse all that lives. Beneath the everlasting stands. He kind of points, and the foundations of creations shudder with the coming reckoning. And he looks right at you and says, one of Shadakas must hold sentry at the breaking, alone with the gaze of eternal reflection. Only hearts pure and unyielding can contain and rebuff what is coming. He says,
I get the feeling you guys already know, but just I follow Shalakas, so I don't know if they're talking about me. But I don't want to be the one they're talking about if I can opt out. I'm not necessarily really good at standing at all. I mean, if Beldonna would probably be
He
the better
says,
choice.
Those chosen aren't chosen because they want to do things. They are chosen because they can. He leans forward, looks at you, and says, "How much do you know about the Goliath that travels with you?"
We just met him.
Did he tell you where he was from?
Yes, but I don't remember. I'm assuming Apollo would.
Okay. Apollo spits it out and he says, "Perhaps he can enlighten us on the first line of this query." He says, "Bring him in." And a couple of the guards kind of look at him like, and he looks around and says, "I don't need to say it twice." And they both bow their head and turn. As you guys are like, "Hey, look," these two look at each other, "Hi," you turn and he's gone. You're like, "Shit, where'd he go?"
With the bag.
No, he took the bag!
As you look back, what you kind of see is a bag hit and the thing rolls out of the bag. He's gone.
He's gone?
No, I'm done.
You're gone.
Look in the bag.
In regards to like, would Apollo be insightful enough to know that maybe they have a gist that our party is somewhat matching the descriptions of the Chosen of Saloon, the whatever her goddess name.
You tell me what he's putting together. You roll
Was that you?
a history check, whatever you want.
Oh, that's it.
So I just want to know. So I don't think anybody else knows the bit that's happened after that other than you and me.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the part I'm trying to know in regards to that.
The lands of Saloon is
Right here where the
this whole area is where Saloon rose to power, where she was the most
Right.
powerful. This was her domain.
Right.
That's now kind of shrunk
to
in
this
years
forest.
over the time, but this is where she has the most protection right here.
In
These are the lands of Saloon.
like the forest that we're in right now,
Mhm.
specifically. Okay.
So you're catching bits and pieces. You're like, you're
but
catching.
I'm not getting any general gist there specifically, like other than him now, right? Like that was a little bit like, wait, what? That they're kind of maybe realizing that our party's very much involved.
You tell me if that's what's going through his head.
Would be.
So it's slowly starting to. Could be you guys, could be whoever. You got one direct link that they're starting to look towards.
Shut. I'm the wrong link. It's not a good idea.
So as you turn and you see the bag hit and roll, you're like, "The hell!" You turn and look at towards the opening of the tent, and what you see is there's a sentry standing out front, holding just a staff or a spear, just standing with his back towards the tent, guarding you guys towards whatever's out that way. So you, as you're like, you check, you kind of laugh, and as you reach down, look down, you're like, "Where's the bag?" As you look back up, you are kind of right at the edge of a table, but it's not quite there. Like it's, and you see two people you recognize, and you're like, what you guys see is, as you turn, there's almost like a spectral image of him that comes right there.
Oh. Hi.
What the heck's going on?
You've been summoned, I guess.
What?
The man looks at you and says, "Please, if you would, tell us here where you are from."
I'm from the Tortured Lands, just north of Whitehorn, and just south of the Northern Glaciers.
This is in your travels to the south as you fled. You passed a very large stone fortress. And as he says this to you, it's almost like he's reaching into your mind and pulling images out of what you saw. It pops in your head as you were walking south, fleeing from these eruptions that had started. You with your friend that was with you as you were walking, being chased by mudslides and things as you were walking down through a ravine. You remember hitting one of the trails and coming up over a rise and seeing a very large, almost like a castle, fortress that has walls that stretch along, almost like the Wall of China is what you're looking at, as these big, massive walls that were broken and sundered, black walls, and up against a bright red cliff face that the stones run along what is the Dragon Spire peaks.
Okay.
And he's looking at it, and as he's doing this and he's having you explain it, as you're explaining it, you guys see the vision, like as he's explaining this, you're seeing as he's walking. And the elven gentleman, he says, look to your left in your head and in your memories, everything, your vision turns, and you see a very large red peaks that come down right up against this black obsidian structure.
Is that the red and black that they were talking about?
He goes, well, at least we now know where to look.
Is that where I have to stand? Oh boy.
And you're reliving all this stuff, and as you're walking, what you're seeing up there is this old ancient structure. It was beautiful one time, but with the fissures and the cracks are crumbled, some of them are falling off, and you can see there's flames like torches coming up in this structure as you and your friends skirted around this as you were trying to stay out of sight of all of the things that were milling around up there. As you got around to one side, there's a massive fissure that has opened up, and there's lava that's pouring out of this, flowing down into this very lush area, and the flames were spreading out ahead of you. You were getting out just ahead of a lot of this. It hit, and you were going through some of it, but by the time you reached the town, it hadn't hit yet, so as you made your way through, within the last 2 days, it had come through and blown this place out. So these are all memories coming in your head, and he says, go rest. I apologize for bringing you from your rest.
No apology needed.
Says, this one may serve you well and serve all of us well. His heart is pure. You will be needed. And as you look around, all of these wizened elven folks are all looking at you and just looking at you. A couple of them actually nod their head towards you. And then you guys see the vision of him kind of flex a little bit. And then it fades. And you're looking at this sentry like, you hear a cough and you look, and he's sitting there.
Where were we?
Hey! Welcome back!
Pretty much. Somehow he was able to pull your essence into where they were. Physically, no. However.
Pure heart.
So,
I don't know if this is going to be important, but I feel like I should just lay everything out on the table if we're all going to be trying to save the world together. There's this cat, right? His name's Max. He wears like red robes There's also a bunch of red wizard people that wear red robes, and they're really freaking mean.
It's funny as you mentioned the Red Wizards. The first time for any of you have seen, and you hear even just a couple of like hisses from a couple of people around.
Yeah, but those like they're really mean. But they've also been trying to get the cubes. We've run into them on a couple occasions. We've beat the shit out of them a lot, but they just won't die. They just refuse to give up. And I feel like they're behind all of this, but I don't really know. I'm not like I
This
just
is,
have any evidence besides they're just bitches.
There's many of those roaming this lands now looking for opportunities to strike. This Max, you say, should we be more worried about him than any others?
Well, I don't know. I kind of feel like he's a little bit higher on the totem pole of evilry, but like I'm not 100% sure. He could just be like a little lackey. He probably is, honestly.
He's totally.
He gives off like little power vibes.
It's baby power.
Yeah, baby.
Must be kind of
Well,
overcompensating for something.
Yeah, he's definitely, he's a little mangy, so,
He says, for the sake of everyone, may I see what he looks like?
Yeah, go ahead.
You're like, okay.
I got
You
kidnapped
look
by
down,
him.
you're like, yeah, as you look back, you're like, you feel your essence as he kind of pulls at your mind. He kind of blinks and goes, as you say, looks like a bitch.
Yep.
And all of them around the table are all like, says that we, all of us here, know what he looks like now.
Weird.
Oh, there's also, oh wait, no, we killed her. I think she killed herself. Who else have we run into? That we haven't killed.
The wizards from Mono, the Volstruckers.
Oh yeah, if you see any people with glass in their arms?
They sit back and a couple of them kind of shift in their seats a little bit. And so we've had a few run-ins.
They're not very nice either. But I don't think they're working with the red people. But
No, they
they're,
are.
they're from
They're
another
foreigners,
world,
yes.
apparently. Yeah.
They are. Well, we know where to look. And he grabs one of the parchments, slides a map out in front of you. And the map that you guys see is... Come on. Oh, you piece of crap. Is awesome. I'll show it to you if I can. It's so cool.
Looks really cool.
It's neat. It's a map and it's really good. It's definitely a map.
It's really
It's got a legend on it.
Uh-huh. It's legendary.
Legend, wait for it.
Alright, so this is the kind of the gist of where you guys are. So, if we can see it. So, where you guys came through is this small town here. This is one that was blown out. The road goes north, there's a road that goes south, and then you guys followed this one up in through here. As you're hitting the area in the forest, somewhere in here is where you ran into this elven contingency. The entire forest, so you're probably, where you guys are probably up in here somewhere, surrounded by this actual forest. And this entire area, where he is from, is actually up here. He came out of this area, come down through, and the vision of what he saw sitting right around the Citadel of the Raven. Is
Just
where,
north of where we are now.
yep, just not too far. So Mithranor is right here, where you guys were headed. So it's not far, within a day. where you guys are.
Have any of you ever like been to the Citadel of the Raven? Like, have you got any like scouts out there?
He says they're already en route. They were sent immediately. But the last known contacts we had there were years ago.
Oh.
The entire network of not only that citadel but several others along the Dragonspine Mountains were a barrier for the lands here from invasions from the north. And they kind of look at each other and say, that was one of the strongest citadels that had a direct route to here, to Mythdraenor.
Have people been trying to get into Mythdraenor?
We have repelled all that have tried. It makes more sense now, as there were multiple attempts from the north. There are connections that run deep under the earth.
Like tunnels?
Yes.
Do you know of like all of them, or could there be like people in here already?
They look at each other and say, unfortunately, we were caught unprepared. The connections that we have to those tunnels from our side have been severed.
So if we get there, we're gonna have to do it over
We
land.
we will help get you and some of ours to the citadel. But from there, our strength is best holding the elements at bay. If what we've read, passed down through time, is correct, you and your friends may be our only hope.
Well, I mean, sounds just like another spooky castle we got to go raid. I mean, we've done that how many times? So,
What's the worst that can happen?
yeah, you know, I've got diamonds this time.
6 hours.
That's
sleep,
good.
please.
I took resurrect this time.
Red dragons.
And plus, it's the last cube.
Dragonspine.
Dragons.
Yeah, it's the last cube.
All the
hopefully.
dragons.
Wait, we're thinking that the cube's there, right? In
This is the. We've been able to pull the memories from the emissaries that have come. We know of the room that you speak, the cubes that you speak of, the one that they found and brought. From everything we've gathered, and he looks down, looks almost ashamed for the first time that we've been talking to him. Says, the presence of one of these came through our lands years ago, and we didn't pay enough attention. So, we would say it is probably there.
Okay, no problem. We can just go get it, right?
Rage! It's all about it.
I mean, it can't be worse than being stuck in another dimension for 8 years, right?
Or dying.
Yeah, see? Everything's gonna be
I've
just
died. What's wrong with you?
I don't know what your problem is.
I won't let you die again.
Did you die?
Hey, do you guys have any extra diamonds? Because I only have 2 and I have 5 party members.
We can probably pull a few together.
And maybe if you guys have any like potions, anything you could spare to kind of maybe help us kick ass, that would be great.
Do you find it? You actually see a legit smile break across his face for the first time.
It's a special skill.
He's like, he says, well, as you say, let's do what we can so you can kick ass.
Yes. This is so fucking dope.
You will have what help we can lend. The further we get from the sanctuary, our powers lessen. But here we can hold.
Well, since there's like the pools of creation under here, I think that's a really good thing. Best keep this place.
Hence the reason I say when we leave, our powers diminish. We are tied directly to the pillars, and everything that we have has been pushed into the defense of these pillars.
Well, if they're like the other cubes, as soon as we put the other cubes into the portal, they like threw a fit and then they like turned off. So hopefully, you know, as soon as we get the cube and put it back and close the portal, all this fire and stuff will go away and you guys will be okay again.
That's the hope.
Yeah.
This is our pillars that we are in charge of, tied to our people, are the one of 4. Thankfully, you recovered the one in the lands to the south. Our friends recovered ones to the east, or to the west. So, 3 are safe, but
Wait, pillars?
the pillars of creation
We found a
that
pillar
hold this
creation.
world together.
Are they the cubes? No?
No, but what I gathered in the information is where you traveled to Chult.
Yeah, tilt.
There are pillars there. There are pillars
Oh.
in the Moonsea Isles. Pillars here.
I don't know if we really saved the ones at Chult though. We kind of made a mess there and left.
We've heard.
Yeah.
Where?
But
Our friends
the
Pima and
pillars
Sina
are
though.
safe.
They would know probably.
Are they still alive?
They were good people.
Oh no. Wait, because we took one of them to. No, we took both of them. One of them died.
They were.
Took them all through.
They
They
were-
were not doing good.
Oh, because
Yeah,
they were
they were
old
gone.
as hell.
Yeah.
And they were already old when we
Yep.
first met them.
And
And I figured
When
their
you- when
power
you-
was diminishing because the seal.
when
on the
they
book is-
stepped out of Chult across to another land, another world, you kind of now can see that their connection is much like these elves that you're talking to.
Oh, so they.
They are now pulled out of their where they are tied to. Remember when they told you that their job, their entire purpose,
Protect
So
that
was to
gate.
protect the gate?
That
And
was-
there's a gate there that probably is connected to some sort of creation magic.
I see.
And we angered lizard people who destroyed it.
Well, hopefully, and then no one else will want to anger the lizards either, and then they'll just leave it alone.
So,
Okay, well, you know, we'll get in a good day's sleep. I don't know, we don't really sleep. The rest of the group will get some sleep, and we
Fair enough.
will head out in the morning, I guess.
says
Kind of feel like-
get some rest.
Yeah.
Our scouts should arrive this evening and report back with what they can see and what they find.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. I'll let the
Good thing
team
you showed
know.
up, because they wouldn't have had the clues of where the red and black converged. It would have been a search.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
The pillar, the stone, the massive, red-faced, large peaks that all come down, and the black wall that comes up and intersects with it.
Glad I'm pulling my weight.
So, all that weight you can carry. So the Ellen gentleman, he kind of lowers his head and says, "We have much to prepare for, so eat, rest, You can return to your friends if you'd like, or stay. It's up to you.
I'll probably go back. Is this all like vegan food? I didn't recognize any of it, really.
Yes, most of it is.
When she says vegan, I think she means venison.
He points at the table and goes,
I'll just start eating random things and hope for the best.
Seems to work for me.
there's fruits, there's a lot of you, right? There's fruits, there's breads, there's
Okay,
all
I'll
sorts
stick.
of things.
I'll
yeah.
stick to what I recognize and maybe
Twigs
venture out a
and
little.
berries.
Yeah.
I'm sure Aiden can help you find edible plants.
Yes.
Oh, sure.
Cookie,
Look
I
at this
doubt
tree.
it.
We can eat it.
Wormwood.
Ah, yes.
We can totally eat it.
It's an aspen.
Just curious.
Yes.
With the difference in this particular forest, do my tattoos look the same as dull and black?
One of them started turning green though.
Right. Just a tiny bit, right?
This-
What about the other
the
ones?
whole
Just
thing is going on, and towards the end of this conversation, like this what's being told and everything, it's almost like Charlie Brown, like you're hearing the voices, but it's our mind is starting to drift a little bit.
all ours?
Huh?
Like
Just
or-
yours.
Oh, just mine.
She's having her conversation, feeling like
We should
she's a
be-
goddess again,
Right.
because she's getting people that like her, and you're just kind of
And plus 5 charisma is the highest.
everything
I've
about
had
this
here.
place is
Even as a book
alive.
Yeah.
It is everything that's missing
One
from
negative
you.
one.
Right.
Got plus
You
9.
are.
Alright, negative one through.
You take a deep breath and kind of, and as you come back to the conversation at the end, you look around, Ava, as you're trying to kind of get the gist of everything, looking at him for confirmation, like, where do you want to go? As you look towards him, you notice his eyes have a green tint to them. Just the pupils are like green.
Instead of silvery?
Just for, and you're like, they're silver, but you can see just faint green that's starting to around the edges.
Does anyone else seem to be looking at him?
I mean, you're the only one that would know the difference. Because they've never, like all the other
The
outfits.
tattoos haven't changed much. You see just a faint around the color that is silver. It's just a faint green line around it.
Okay, I'm gonna see, man. I'm gonna decide it's probably important, and I'm gonna sit down and shut up and just wait for him to be done.
He's just taking it all in, munching. This is like the most calm that you've ever seen him. Even from before, when you saw awkward him getting up with his fighter running around. As he's sitting here, it's the elven in him is very, very apparent.
Oh, good. I thought you like weren't cognizant or something. I thought you kind of zoned out. Are you good?
Yeah.
You like it here, huh?
It's hard not to. But
Yeah, I mean, I like it here too. I mean, it's not as great as like the bird place, but it's still really cool.
They're not worshiping you.
Yeah, I mean, they don't like think I'm a god here, but
I like it better.
yeah. So, are you ever going to tell me who she is, or should I drop it?
Oh, sorry, Jared.
Are you saying this out loud?
Yeah, she would have, huh?
Yeah.
She would have loved it here. Remember how she was collecting all those stones that we promised to bring back to her? And we did, and then she didn't get
Died.
to see them?
Then she what?
She wanted us to collect the stones, remember?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we actually got it. We were going to tell her about it, that we broke it, and we never told her.
Sure. Kind of chuckling, and she glance up as you guys are having a conversation. You glance and right across the head from you, the elf lifts her head and looks at you. Looks just like Jared.
Well,
A slight smile. You see, you don't.
oh, okay.
You guys are having a conversation. You just kind of you look up and you're like,
Yeah.
you blink for a minute and faces
Back
back
to-
to the elven female. She just kind of smiles and continues eating.
Just kind of shake my head and sit back.
So, Deidre told me that you like own the place now. Is that true?
That I what?
You own the place?
Oh, Falconmere?
Yeah.
Falconmere?
Mm-hmm.
That's. I still don't know.
I mean, did you think about it?
Because I'm not allowed back in my current state.
Oh, really?
No.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'll destroy it.
Oh.
Okay.
The trees both like him.
Yeah.
Well, then why?
Wiggles.
On the mention of Falconmere specifically, you guys are talking and you notice the table's gotten very quiet. As you're like,
I'm
you're like,
assuming I notice with my passive perception.
you're
I
like,
do not notice.
everybody's looking at you.
Yeah.
Somebody, as the head of the table's like,
So as I'm like looking and talking to her, I just say out loud, I'm like, so what do you all know about Falconmere? And my Lady Joe.
Well, Deidre said that you owned it now. I didn't know what that
And I
meant.
turn right to the head guy.
and as he turns and looks you, the entire table is looking at both of you.
Oh boy.
He says, so she entrusted you?
That's how I feel.
She entrusted you with
Falconmere.
You are talking to. Can't believe I'm saying this, but
You don't have to.
one of the only mortal protectors of one of our realms.
Whoa, hold on. Sorry, I need to back up.
And a couple of the other people are like,
Wait,
so. Do you remember Falconmere?
yeah, of course, I got the tattoo. It was fun. And she was very kind. She also
She
saved his
is.
life.
And right at this moment, as the guy that you've been talking to this entire time as he's talking, the face, you're like, oh shit, looks just like her.
Oh.
A little more masculine. It
Oh.
says, she was my sister.
She was really lovely.
I was interested to see who she had chosen. We had heard whispers of a very interesting choice, but my sister was always one to pick up strays and bring them home.
She
And
did
you
have a
look and
couple
there's
cats.
like 3 of the elves that are sitting at the table all kind of lift a cup and take a drink.
I just know.
Well, we'll have to see what we can do. She always loved to put me in a bind. He just smiles at you.
You're welcome.
Well, this we can speak of later. Much to work on,
To say the least.
but please, let's get some sleep. We have a long day tomorrow. Yes.
Before we adjourn, a protector of what?
I'll tell you later.
And he just kind of smiles, and you see in your mind her face. And she smiles at you, and the amulet and the thing that she was wearing, you see a reflection of him holding them.
Should I like bow to you? Or...
You're the one that's treated as a god, not me.
Well, that was in a different world, you know. I don't actually know like if that translates to here.
This place.
I really did like that place.
I know you did.
I didn't bow to you there. So please don't bow to me here.
You know that's a fair point.
I thought so.
Are we gonna like tell our friends that we can make like everyone else bow to you? This is kind of fun.
Someone was
Just either, yeah.
somebody said
I was
this.
there and it was very awkward for me.
So yeah, this is news to you. These guys have no idea.
I don't even know what they're talking
These
about.
guys have no
Before
idea what
it
you're
is.
I
talking
was gonna
about.
say they glared at
I've only
him.
known you
They
for 8
glared at
hours.
me. They were like, either of us.
Wait,
So
like, what do you protect though?
Still figuring this out just as much as you are.
Can I help?
I don't know
Can I try?
how.
you can certainly.
With your permission?
What do you mean?
Listen, I'm not gonna get into your business if you don't want me to get into your
No.
business.
I'm asking, what do you mean?
I'm just saying we could like I could ask people. You know, I could ask Shoutcast. She knows a lot about shit. You know. We could ask these
She
guys. You know.
I think that's
I
the
could-
first step.
I could try a bunch of spells, I have a bunch of like bring back to life spells. I have this one that regrows a limb. Maybe we can just start regrowing parts of you.
They're all
Bring
regrowing.
back to life.
Well, yeah, but what if like
Regrow my insides from that.
you know, like what if I cast it and then one limb becomes more alive than it was?
Should just fill the holes with.
We
all
should
the-
try it before I go to
Yeah.
sleep.
How about we try it? I know.
Pulls up the bandage. He's like,
Okay, just let me know.
Okay.
Let me know if you ever want to try it.
Done.
I mean, if you
no,
want
not
to
really
try.
tastes like steak.
Oh.
Yeah, I want to try. Hold on. What do I do?
What are we doing here?
She's pulling out a spell.
I'm gonna try to, because I already did greater restoration on
You
him.
guys doing this all at the table?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Everybody's eating. You guys are going off.
Yeah. So as we're sitting here, they said they have diamonds,
Did we
right?
ever get the name of Jarrett's brother? Did we ever get this?
Magic elf dude.
I don't know. I don't know who did. This the guy you've been talking to?
Yeah.
Yes. Where the hell is it?
I don't think we asked.
So, Talus. Tahlys. Jareth and Talus are the siblings.
So I just trying to let them we're brothers.
Not quite.
Oh.
She just passed titles and privileges and responsibilities to you.
Do you want them?
No.
Neither do I.
Well, maybe if we can figure out this.
You just gestured to all of me.
He says, well, he reaches out and actually touches your arm. And as he does, you, Ava, see, like, all the tattoos are black, bright green. You're like, his eyes are bright green for an instant. And it looks like you've got, like, moss starting to grow on the tips of your ears. Because you're like, he lets go of you and it fades. You're like, everything's swimming lightheaded. You're like, he's like, once you can handle that, then we'll talk about what we need to do with Falconer.
One more question. While she's doing whatever she's doing.
Yep.
Are you all late servants of the Lady Saloon?
Servants, some, but
Maybe a better word was chosen.
some here, and you look around, and several of them, you see them kind of lean forward, and you notice that they have emblem some on their armor. And you're like, yep, picking them out, and he says, some are chosen, but we know her very well.
Can I stay and talk for a while?
How about we chat in the morning? I must get my rest. Your friend looks very tired as she's over. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing. How do I do this?
I figured this out. Don't worry, guys.
But he says, I'm glad to talk anytime. there's much that you want to discuss.
It's putting it lightly. Let's go, Ava.
Okay, coming.
I
Thank
think
you
we
for having us.
figured out a different way than whatever your magic is.
Yeah, I think maybe that was a. Compared to that, it's gonna be really lame. So I think maybe
What are you trying to do?
or generate.
Oh, him?
Yeah.
Okay. As you get up and walk towards where you think you came through the trees, you're like, you get up and you're like, a couple other guards are like, okay, you're walking through the trees. As you're walking back, the bright green, you see it start to slowly fade back to black. The eyes will have just a little thing of are bright green.
Oh, they're staying.
But everything else seems to just slowly be fading back.
Well, I was gonna try either regenerate or raise dead, but I'm kind of worried about either of them.
What else could happen?
As he kind of laughs and looks towards you, you see that everything's starting to fade, and his hair. You have your hood up or down?
Down.
Okay. So as he turns, the hair. There's two small little that are slowly fading back into his hair.
What are they?
Almost look like antlers that were starting to, and then started.
Rescinding.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Are you? You look a little horny.
There it is. There it is. Eyeglasses.
No, you had antlers there for a second, like little deer
Oh,
ones.
that kind of horny. Oh.
Yeah. What did you think I was talking about?
Nothing. Those totally.
Yeah.
No.
Maybe when you're older?
Okay.
Oh.
She's older than us. Probably.
Not older.
He's old too.
Probably not.
Could you like feel them? Everything was green and now
You
they're
reach
like
up
kind of going away.
and for the first year, like you feel these
Oh,
little
it's
nubs,
so
and they're
nice.
starting to just, and they're slowly.
Yeah, I fit.
You're like a baby deer. You know, like when they're just losing their spots and just have like their big little antlers. Oh my gosh. Can we go back and see if they'll do it permanently just for that?
He said I'm not ready.
These are very.
I'm assuming it would probably
Very
kill
much
me if you
force.
tried again.
Almost
Permanently.
a lot of power.
Which,
Should I try my regenerate thing and see if it helps even just a little?
definitely try.
Okay. What? It takes a minute to cast, so as we're walking back, I'll just start doing my thing. Cast 7th level regenerate on him.
Okay, let's read the spell to me.
So basically, probably won't do anything because he's not missing the limb that I know of.
She's just trying to regenerate it to Livy.
Yeah,
What
his,
exactly are you trying to regenerate?
his whole being.
His soul.
This.
All of
All of this. Okay.
He's like, when we figure out.
1 minute by touch, and it lasts for an hour. And I touch a creature and stimulate its natural healing ability.
Now you're extra horny.
The target regains 4d8 plus 15
I could use some of that
hit
healing
points.
ability.
Hey, pass a little that over here.
And then it regains 1 hit
Right
point
through here.
every
Uh-huh.
6
Yeah.
seconds.
As you reach through the.
Yeah.
What was the first part of that?
Okay. Target gains 4d8 plus 15 hit points, and then for the duration of the spell, which is an hour, it gets 10 hit points a minute. And then any of the target's severed body members, fingers, legs, tails, so on, if any, are restored after 2 minutes. If you have the severed part and hold it to the stump, the spell instantaneously causes the limb to get knit to the stump. Because that's how I was going to get my wings back if I didn't get them before level 13, but yeah.
Shalcast hooked you up.
Yeah, so I was like, I got you, fam. Flight speed, we know it.
Yep.
So I don't walk over that. I stay on the floor.
As you're casting, you step out. You step out, and it's like, and you turn and look, and the sentries are there, and they close. As you're
Oh.
standing, you look over and see the tents. He's still inside.
The trees move.
Let me know
It's
if
like
it
the
helped
people-
anything.
The elves
Sentries.
just stepped aside.
There's like-
The sheep steps out, and then you step back, shoulder to shoulder.
Can I stick my
And
head
then
back
you
in the
go to
trees?
They're so.
Do they open? Apollo, let me know if it helps. Then I'll just
Ava,
Walk
let me use
over
some
to-
of your regenerative healing powers.
Who said that?
Don't you're hurt?
Hey, over here.
I got a
Put the
staff.
hole in my body.
Yes, he does.
I can help with that. I can.
Well, that's okay.
I change my mind.
I think that tree over there is wanting to do another staring contest.
No, I got a staff of healing, I promise.
I'm not leaving the forest.
So Ava makes her way over to the tent.
I have returned. Whoa, where's Belladonna?
Not
She's
there.
not here. She
You
wandered
guys
off.
now have
Did they
noticed
even
that she's
realize
in
I
there.
was going? Let's be real.
Well, the three of you guys are probably in one tent, dinking around with your meatballs.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So she
Here,
be
try
in
one.
the other tent.
I'll go poke my head in another tent. Belladonna?
Nope.
She's probably doing monk shit. Alright. I will go
Good possibility.
back. Well, you guys, I have good news and I have bad news. What are you eating?
Oh, it's the best lobster ever. Here, try one.
Lobster?
Lobster.
Don't know about lobster.
He's been acting crazy.
Water
It's
spiders.
not- it's not
Water
lobster, it's-
spiders.
What the hell
It's
is
the
it?
best.
Water bugs.
He thought
Water bugs.
wormwood was oak.
That's
So
true.
lobster stew.
It's crab. It's a crab with a K.
Here, just try it.
Does it look like meat?
It looks like a
Squish, squish.
almost like a
Brown watermelon.
no. It's like a root almost.
Oh,
Like but
Lobster root.
you're about that long. It's like a small loaf of bread, but brown. And when you're holding a look at it, it looks like a root or bread or something. You're like,
I'll eat it.
take a chomp of it. It's like chewing gritty watermelon. It's weird as hell in your mouth, but
I love watermelon.
it is. What is Ava's favorite fruit dish or favorite vegan dish that she hasn't had forever?
Probably like maybe some roasted
Tofu.
potatoes from like her mom. Yeah, but it's like family recipe to make
When you take a
potatoes.
chomp of it, what you taste is like the last family dinner that you had before you all.
Huh? I could have potatoes.
Potatoes aren't vegan.
Yeah.
No, they come out of the ground.
Or useless. Or useless. Whatever. Yeah, that's awesome. Come out of the ground.
Ava's just questioning everything she's ever done. Okay, well, we have
It's good.
another mission. They know where the cube is, sort of. They think they know where the cube is.
Okay.
And it's in this place called the Raven.
Citadel.
The Citadel of the Raven.
Did you tell them what happened, or you just came back and started eating
We
your
just started eating meatballs.
He's like,
Yeah, we were just getting back
Right.
to it.
Oh, hey, welcome back. Here you go.
Where'd
I'm
you go?
gonna. Now that we have downtime, I'm gonna take out my healer's kit and just, as I'm talking, just start wrapping him up.
I offer
Thank
to heal you with my staff.
Appreciate it. We'll save it for a better time.
Crunch.
All right.
She has a healing staff. How about no?
Oh, I don't know how
Glass
it
of
works
lightning
per
zap
se.
through
I
it.
don't-
Back with something.
I just keep imagining,
Pulls life, not gives it back.
you know the crazy teacher of
Yes.
Mr. Merlin from Shrek? Which one is it? The second one or the third one?
I think it's the
That
third
would-
one.
The third one. I just imagine him.
So you're gonna
That's
spend the
security.
entire time.
I can't remember.
he's in like a mini dress essentially. and he's
Yeah,
just like,
yeah.
Crazy
That's
guy.
right.
From Rock Castle.
You are spending your 4 hours or longer.
Well, no,
I
after
forgot,
I like
meant to-
regain my composure, I'll like walk back and I'll go to like knock on the guy's tent. Realize knocking won't work. And then
Just
I just knock.
Oh, Belladonna, you're back. Come on in.
You slide the tent flap
I just
open.
kind of like peek my head in.
I've got news.
You've got
Yes.
a handfuls of
Here.
meatballs.
Ah! Catch. I can catch them right with my missile, whatever.
Yeah, it's just, just need to look. Just catches it.
Sorry,
They taste like potatoes.
No,
So-
they don't. It tastes like chicken.
Lobster.
Chicken.
Lobster.
Chicken.
Meat is meat.
I've never eaten
Yeah.
meat before in my life, so I
Tastes
don't
like
know.
meat. Yes.
Anyway, the elves know, so there's some weird shit going on. You know, the whole prophecy thing, no, on the papers,
Uh-huh.
they're talking about that again.
Okay.
Apparently I have to stand somewhere.
Okay.
But they figured out where the red and black touch, and there's like this citadel of ravens, and they think that's where the cube is.
Red
Okay.
and black are turkey.
So we gotta go,
Just the tip.
just, yeah.
Oh my god.
So we gotta go there, and they think that that's where the cube's being held, but I also think that there's gonna be red wizard people over there.
Okay.
So we go there, we get the cube back, they're gonna give us stuff to help.
Okay.
And basically this whole forest thing is on the Pillar of Creation, which I don't know what that is, but apparently we saved another one over in Cholt. Because apparently there's another one over in Cholt.
I feel like we just need a message cult.
Exactly!
Did
That's
you
what
really
I
say
said.
it though?
But apparently we saved it from the Red Wizard people, because they left after the wizards.
Saved it from the cube.
After we enraged the wizards.
Oh, that's starting to make sense. If you put the cube on the thing, on the pillar, then the pillar
You
dies.
touch the thing and you bless it. You put the cube in the thing.
It's like the anti-bless the thing.
What?
So,
Anti-horny pill.
What?
I don't know if you're joking or not, I'm so concerned. I don't know if I'm getting more, if I'm just being confused.
Yes, exactly. You're
He's just
We're
avoiding
making
your head.
connections.
He's just-
So, you guys, here's my theory, right? So the cubes, I don't know why they all, I don't know if they like needed to charge the cubes with the portal being opened in Waterdeep and then take the cubes places. I don't know why the cubes are being,
I think it was when he just rolls things.
He's asking questions. That's
Well, the
Um,
question is there people to smash there?
I mean, it depends on your preference.
you can
Like,
by there.
It's just
What-
saying.
Well, I didn't
There's
actually
lots.
go inside and then walk.
There's
I
lots.
skirted around.
well, I don't know, do you prefer like girls or boys?
Wow.
Or, I
Hi,
mean,
just
there's
met
like,
you. Are you gay?
there's, I think it's just going to be elemental
You
people.
like the smash?
By smash, I don't mean.
Yeah.
I
I
don't
mean
mean
with an axe, like literally smash them.
Oh,
Hulk smash.
yeah.
You know,
Wow. Wow.
I'm
like, hey, what are you
sorry.
doing later? You want to smash?
Wow.
I just can't really get a sending beat from Dieter. What's happening?
Anyway, I think there's going to be lots of elementals. So I'm
Wow.
still really sure that that's what the thing is. Anyway, move on.
That's where your mind went when you heard smash?
That's where my mind went.
Wow.
I'm just much better at containing it.
Wow. I was like, yeah, he wants
I mean,
to
I'm just
go
the-
full
That's what I thought. I was
Just
like,
a
yeah,
big
crush this.
Goliath.
I was
Smash
like, yeah.
Barbarian that is.
No, I
ready
mean
to
I knew
just-
what he meant, but my brain most definitely went there.
I know we have a great track record at this table, y'all.
Everybody watching, welcome to Ava.
Look at me.
And you want to slash.
Yeah, no,
Just
there
hack
is.
Anybody that I can
apart.
kill.
Yeah, there's going to be lots of people to kill. Like, a lot of people.
Girls, elves, other
Wow.
elementals, you know, dragons, you
I
know,
love
if you're
you,
into
geese.
bestiality, whatever.
Oh, goodness.
What are you into?
So anyway,
Oh my god.
Equal opportunity.
but it would make sense
I don't
that
judge.
they need the cubes to break the pillars of creation, right? Because they were trying to get, when we got to Cholt, they had the cube there, but they were still looking for something, remember?
I do,
And
yeah.
we're here, and they're trying to get into this pillar, but they already have the cubes. See, that was my question, is why are they taking the cubes away if they needed it for the portal? But I don't think they need it for the portal. I think they're trying to break stuff with the cubes.
Destroy the world.
Yeah.
The pillars.
So we have all of our cubes besides this one, and they're trying to get into the forest, and the forest is like, nay, brother. And so we need to get that one, and once we get the fire one, we put it in the wall, and then all this stuff stops, and then we can take a nap.
So the question is, where do the Red Road people stay? Where's their headquarters?
At the Citadel of Raven.
Okay.
It's a big castle of stone.
Do we know that, or is that a theory?
Well, they have
Do they
their
have a
scouts
school
coming
there?
back tonight, and they're, yes.
Do they have any schools there?
Yep. Mhm. A lot of
Do they
schools.
need
I'm in.
a teacher,
If it's
a
the
professor?
Red
I think they do
if
need
you
a
were
professor.
teaching that, I'd feel so much better.
He
better
could-
odds of fighting them.
Yeah, you know what?
Pull out some paper. Can I get you to write a letter of recommendation?
Nice. Yes.
There you go.
Tenure, here I come.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand what's happening here. So in the
morning, I'm gonna go talk to the elf people again because they had scouts going out to look at the place. They're gonna tell us what they saw. Then we're gonna turn into clouds, and we're gonna go fly over there, and we're gonna kick ass.
Why wait till
And then-
tomorrow? Let's just.
Well, because we have to get some sleep
You're
out.
still bleeding.
Some of you are tired.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Bleeding and-
you get like 15 points of healing in your
There you go. 15 points.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So-
134.
Well, that I just okay.
Almost there.
Peter, I'm so confused by what all is happening. I need to see if I can get one of those beads where I can talk to people. Are you able to do that today?
No, unfortunately not.
I can turn it into a beat, but I can talk to someone for you.
It's fine.
I can
I'll
conjure
worry
a
about it
bead.
when-
I conjure a bead.
See, there we go. Perfect.
Yeah, that's not gonna probably let me talk to people.
I expect it.
It's just a bead.
Yes, I can verify this will indeed do the trick. Excellent work.
I'll
Thank
grab
you.
it
Thank you.
and I'm just gonna throw it.
Roll to hit.
One hit.
11 plus whatever.
It bounces off his head.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
That's all.
You're just a little squishy, is all. I didn't know.
I guess that was all I came.
No, he just
That was all I came to ask.
here.
So I guess
You're not
good night.
They're very handsome. And look at the abs. See?
Look at the flat abs.
Yeah, you're like really strong for a wizard. And you know.
Thanks for the.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's continuate.
I
This
was
is like,
now
as
I'm
that
just
is
gonna
happening,
turn
I
over
just
and
like
go to
slip
sleep.
away.
Everybody's like, he's already.
Oh, that's impressive.
Smart man.
Long rest?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I just go to the other.
Long rest.
Other
And yes, level up.
Yes!
And we're gonna cut it right there for
Oh.
tonight. It's after 11. Someone's got to work tomorrow.
Yeah, buddy. That's me. I gotta work.
So, yeah, it's 11 o'clock. We'll cut it here. Glad you guys came. So, yeah, we're back in 2 weeks. 2 weeks from today, we'll run it again, see where you guys go.
Thank you for joining us.
Yes.
The chaos. Hope
That
you
was
guys
fantastic.
come
That was a lot
back.
of fun.
Glad you guys were able to.
Meatball crew.
Yeah.
So, watching.
The ball boys.
Oh yeah, the ball boys.
I love that.